Hello everyone, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, according to the different time zone from where you guys are joining me in the session. And I welcome you all in the virtual training session for the course DP-900 Microsoft Azure Data Fundamental. So in this course, we are going to talk about the things those are related to the data, like how do we go ahead and use Microsoft Azure in order to manage our data. So majorly in this course, we are going to focus on the data related thing, like how do we go ahead and manage the database? How do we go ahead and use the analytics over to the data? What are the different data warehousing options? Which do we have present? That's okay. So now we are absolutely good to run this session in here. So before moving towards with the session, before starting up working with the session in here, quickly checking up that can you guys hear me loud and clear in the class and also can see the screen which I am sharing now. It's a PowerPoint presentation. Hmm. Okay, all right. Thank you very much, everyone, for the quick confirmation from your end. And thank you very much once again for joining me in the session. So, we are going to start the session with a quick introduction in here. So, my name is Ayush Mishra. I am working as a solution architect and Microsoft certified trainer at GTechLearn with having 6+ years of experience in the training industry. If I'm talking about my technical exposure in here, so I have started myself as a system administrator. Then slowly and gradually, I have upgraded myself towards the different Microsoft technologies over there. I have upgraded myself towards the Microsoft Power Platform. I have upgraded myself towards the Microsoft Business applications like Dynamics 365, CRM, and ERP. As of now, I am working into the infrastructure side of Microsoft Azure as a primary area of my work, as well as I am working towards the Office 365 and the data platform as a secondary area of my work over there. I have also having the exposure for managing and maintaining the Exchange server, whether it is on-premises or we are managing the things into the Exchange online. We and I also have a knowledge about the PowerShell itself. So, being a Microsoft certified trainer, I am also certified into these different tracks over there. Those are related to the Dynamics track, those are related to the data track, security track, or the different infrastructure track of the Microsoft Azure itself. But today, in this training session, in this course called DP-900, we are going to talk about this one that is Azure Data Fundamental called DP-900. So in this specific course, we are going to talk about this specific one that is DP-900. That's okay. So now let's go ahead with the session and talk about the course objective. So in this specific course, first of all, we are going to discuss the first concept. Those are related to the data concept. Like what is the data? What are the different categories of data what we are having present in here? And also then in the next objective, we are going to talk about the different services for the relational database. We are going to identify those services. Then in the third specific objective of this course, we are going to discuss about the identify different services for the non-relational databases itself. So in the previous one, in the relational database, we are going to talk about the Azure SQL, managed instance, and the different thing. In services for non-relational database, we are going to talk about the PostgreSQL. We are going to talk about the MySQL over there. Then in the last option, then identify the services for the data analytics. We are going to discuss about the Synapse. We are going to discuss about the Databricks. We are going to discuss about the data warehousing related concepts, what we are having present into it. That's okay. So now let's move ahead with the course agenda. So the entire course TP-900 is divided into 4 different type of modules in here. In the very first module of this course, we are going to talk about the data fundamentals. And in this specific module, this module is having 2 different lessons are there. The lesson number 1 is talking about the core data concepts, that what is the data, what are the different categories of data, which do we have, how do we go ahead and store the data. Those things we are going to discuss in the first lesson of this module. In the lesson number 2, we are going to talk about the different data role and the services, that what are the different data roles, which do we have, and how those services are going to work on that specific data thing. Then in the module number 2, we are going to discuss about the relational data concepts what we have. And in this module, we are going to explore the different services for relational database like Azure SQL, managed instance for the SQL, and also that is something what we are going to discuss in the module number 2. In the module number 3, we are going to talk about the fundamentals of the Azure storage, where we are going to talk about the Azure storage, we are going to talk about the data lake storage, we are going to talk about the containers, file shares, tables, and all. Then in this specific module, we are also going to discuss about the Cosmos DB, that how do we go ahead and utilize the Cosmos DB itself. Then in the module number 4, we are going to talk about the fundamentals. Those are related to the data analytics. So based on that, we are having the separate courses are available for the data analytics, for managing the relational database, for managing the non-relational database. But as of now, in this fundamental course, we are going to take an overview of all the things what we have present as a part of the data. So we are starting up our DP-900 journey with the basic data concept, and then we are moving towards with the relational database, with the non-relational database, and then we are moving towards with the data analytics option itself. So in this module, in this specific course called DP-900, we are having all the things are present in a very proper manner. That's okay. So that is all about the course introduction in here. So if you guys do want to register yourself for the different type of upcoming events and the webinars what we have planned to the different technologies, so what you guys can do, you can go to that specific website called GTechLearn.com, and by visiting up to the GTechLearn.com, you can go to the event and webinar area. From in here, you can see one option for the upcoming event. So in the upcoming event area, you can see all the different events are listed in here, which you can use in order to do register yourself for the upcoming event what we have planned based on the different technologies like DP-900, MS-900, AZ-900, AI-900, MB-910, MB-920, and based on that you can get the access to the virtual training what we have planned for you on a free node. Or what else you can do, you can visit to that link directly, that is gtechlearn.com/webinars.aspx. I'm also sharing that specific link over to the chat box for your reference. So you can save this link for your reference as well. And then you can do register yourself for our upcoming events and the webinars what we have planned. However, if you guys do want to access to the past event recordings, that whatever the events we held in the past, and you do want to visit and see the recording for those events, so from this specific area you can visit to the specific option called past event, and from the specific area you can go ahead and access the different events what we have hosted in the past, and then you can have access to the specific events over there what we are having in the place. So we are having the multiple events are already listed into that specific recorded event area, and you can access those event if you do want to see that event on your specific time requirement. So the another URL I have shared is for that specific thing over there. So that is something what I have to discuss in here. So that is all about the course introduction. And also I would like to tell you one more thing, that we are going to cover the content what we are having into the DP-900. So you guys have a chat access with you. You can come over to your mic, and at any given point of time, if you guys are thinking that I am moving way much faster with the content, I should slow it down in order to maintain the pace of the training. So you can just point me out so I can slow it down according to the requirement over there. And also during the session, if you guys are having any questions, any queries, and the doubt related to the things, whatever the things I'm explaining, whatever the demonstration I'm performing, so please let me know. I'm really happy to answer all the queries from all of them. So that is all what we have as a part of the course introduction for the DP-900. Now I am moving towards with the very first module of this course called DP-900, and this module is talking about the different data concepts what we have. So let me open up the presentation on the screen, and this module is talking about the fundamentals of the data. That's okay. Now, moving ahead, so in this specific module, we are going to work upon two different lessons. The very first lesson of this module is talking about the core data concept, that what is the data, how do we go ahead and start working with the data. So as we all know that is a course called Azure Data Fundamental, where we are working on the data things over there. So for working up with the module, for working up with the entire DP-900, first of all, we need to clear our understanding related to the data, like what actually the data is. So if I'm talking about the data, so data is a collection of the fact. It could be a number, it could be a description, it could be an observation that is used to record the information. Okay, and the data structure in which this data is organized are often represents the entity, and that are important to an organization, such as we are having the data available for the customers, such as we are having the data available for the product, we are having the data as a part of the sales order, we are having the data present as an employee record, we are having the data present as a student record, and so on. We are having the multiple type of records are available where we are putting up our data into it. So in each entity typically has one or more attributes or characteristics are present. So just for an example, in the customer data, for example, my company is dealing with the sales process. I'm having one sale company. So in that specific company, I'm having the data related to the customer. So it might have a name of the customer, it might have an address of the customer, it might have the phone number of the customer, it might have the email of the customer itself. So that's why we are having the multiple type of data present according to the different attribute or the characteristics what we have. That's all right. Then, if I'm talking about the categorization of the data, so we can classify the data into three different categories over there. What are those categories? So the first category what we have in the data is going to be known as a structured one. Then another one is known as a semi-structured, and the next one is going to be known as a unstructured data over there. So in the structured data, in this specific area, the data that adheres to the fixed schema, and all of the data has the same field or property. So most commonly the schema of a structured data entity is a tabular. In other words, we can say that the data is represented in one or more table that consist of the row to represent each entity, each instance of the data entity, and columns to represent the attribute of the entity. So that is something which is known as a structured data over there. So in the slide, in this picture, you can see that in the structured data area, we are having one entity available, one table available with the name customer, and then we are having the another table present with the name product in here. In the customer table, we are having the different columns are there, like ID, like first name, last name, email, and address. So that is going to be known as an attribute for that specific table customer, where I'm having the data related to the customer by their ID. by their first name, last name, email and address, and then in the columns I am having the specific piece of information of available related to the customer based on the different column attribute what we are having. So Joe is going to be the first name for the customer, Jones is the last name, then email, and then the address over there. Same as like that, in the product field, you can see in the product field, in the column, we are having three different attributes are there. Like I do want to record the ID of the product, I do want to record the name of the product and the price itself. Then in the column, we are having the data are present related to the product that for a specific product, what is going to be the product ID, what is going to be the name, and what is going to be the price over there. That's okay. So when we are talking about the structured data, that is often stored in a database in which multiple tables can reference one another by using the key values in the relational model. And in upcoming modules and in upcoming slide, we are going to explore that thing into the depth later on. That's okay. Then the semi-structured data comes up in the line. So the semi-structured data is information that has some structure, but which allow for some variation between the entity instances over there. So just for an example, while most of the customers have the email address, some might have multiple email address and some might have none at all. So that depend on the thing that how we are having our data. So one of the common format for the semi-structured data is JSON, that is known as a Java script object notation over there. And in this example, we are having the data present in the form of the JSON over there. So in this example, you can see the JSON document that is representing to a customer information over there, and each customer document indicate or include the address, the contact information, but the specific fields vary between the customers over there. So in the example one, for example, this is going to be the example one, and that is the example two. In the example one, here you can see I have the customer first name, last name, address present. Then in the script, I'm having the script address, city, state, postal code. In the contact, I'm having the type of the contact, then the number. In the email, I'm having the type of the email and the whatever the email address of the customer is. Same detail I have present in the contact area, same detail I'm present into this specific area. However, in the address, you can see there is one more field added that is going to be known as a unit over there. So unit is not present into the first example. So the important thing is that JSON is just one of many ways in which we can represent our semi-structured data. So the point is here is not to provide the detailed examination of the JSON syntax, like how do we go ahead and write the JSON syntax, how do we put the data into the JSON, because we are also using the JSON for some sort of automation and the complex over there. However, here we are just going to see that how do we represent the semi-structured data over there. So that is the second type of data category what we have, like structured and the semi-structured. Then if I'm talking about the unstructured data in here, then what is it? So not all the data is structured or even semi-structured over there. So for an example, if we are having some documents, if we are having some images, if we are having the audio files, if we are having the video files data and the binary files, might not have the specific structure over there. So this kind of data is referred to as unstructured data over there. That's fine. Then based on that, we are having the different type of data stores are present. Like if I'm talking about the different type of data stores in here, so organizations typically store the data into the structured, semi-structured and the unstructured format to record the detail of the different entities. For an example, the organization is saving the record related to the customer, the organization do want to save the record related to the product, the organization do want to save the specific events such as the sales transaction or other information in which we are having the documentation available for the product. We have product images and the different formats are there. So the stored data can be retrieved for the analysis and the reporting option later. So in that specific area, we are having the two different broad categories are there which we can use. So we can use the file store in order to store the files over there. Then we are going to have the another type of category, that is database, where we are putting up all the records over there. So that is the second type of data store which we have available. Now, when we had discussed about the data, then we know about the data, that what the data is, what are the different categories of data which do we have present. Then we need to know that what is the storing thing of the data and how data is stored. So the ability to store data in a file is a core element of any computing system. So we can store a file into a local file system such as our hard disk of our personal computer. We can store the file on the removable media such as USB drive. We can also go ahead and store the data into the cloud manner. But in most organizations, the important files are stored centrally in some kind of shared file storage system. Then we are having the central storage location also present, and we can host the central storage location over to the cloud over there for enabling the cost effective, secure and reliable storage for the larger volume of the data over there. So in that specific thing, the specific file format used to store the data depends on a number of factors, and those factors are including the type of data being stored. It could be a structured data, it could be a semi-structured data, it could be a unstructured data over there. Then we are having the application and the services that will need to read, write and process the data. Then the need for the data files to be readable by human or optimized for the efficient storage processing over there. So what are the different file formats are there? So in the files areas, if I'm talking about the different type of file formats in which we can store the data, the first one that is going to be known as a delimited text. So data is often stored into a plain text format with the specific field delimiter and row terminator. The most common format for delimited data is comma separated value, in which the fields are separated by the comma and rows are terminated by the return to the new line over there. Optionally, the first line may include the field name and the other common format include the tab separated value and space delimiter, in which tab or spaces are used to separate the field, and fixed with the data, in which each field is allocated a fixed number of characters. The delimited text is a good choice of structured data that need to be accessed by a wide range of application and service in a human readable format. So here in this example, you can see that we are having the three different type of things are there, like first name, last name and the email. And for the first name, Joy is going to be the first name, the Jones is going to be the last name, and joy@liquidwire.com is going to be the uh, email as a data entry. So that is the one type of format in which we can put up our data. Then in the next option, we are having the JSON format available, that is JavaScript object notation format. And that is a ubiquitous format in which a hierarchical document schema is going to be used in order to define the data entities, or we can say define the data object that have multiple attributes over there. And each attribute might be a object, or we can say a collection of object, for making a JSON a flexible format, and that's good for both the structured and the semi-structured data. So in this example here, you can see in this JSON document we are having the data related to the customer, collection of the customer, and each customer has its own attribute like the first name and the last name over there. So the objects are enclosed by the braces. Here you can see inside the braces we are enclosed the objects over there, and attributes are represented by the name value pair and separated by the commas as well. So now here you can see in my object we are having this name, and this is going to be the value of my name. Then I have separated the name with the comma, then I have another name value pair are present into it. So that is how we can put up the data into the JSON format. Then the XML language comes up in the line. So XML is also a human readable data format that was popular in the 90s and the 2000s. It's largely been superseded by the less verbose JSON format, but there are still some systems that use the XML to represent the data. XML uses the tags to enclose in the angle brackets in here, and in the example you can also see for defining the element and its attribute we are using those things. And then in this example you can see that I have this specific attribute available, the customer first name, and the value of this attribute is going to be Joe, and I have enclosed that thing into the braces over there. So that is how we can put up the data into the XML format. Then we are having the blobs are available. So ultimately all the files are going to be stored as blobs in the form of ones and the zero, but in the human readable format discussed above, like the limited text, like the JavaScript object notation, like the extensible markup language, CSV, JSON, and the XML, the byte of binary data are mapped to the printable character. Typically, through it is going to be happening by a character encoding scheme such as ASCII and the Unicode, like American Standard Code for Information Interchange. Some file formats, however, particularly for unstructured data, store the data as a raw binary that must be interpreted by the application and rendered. So common type of data stored as binary include the images, videos, audio, and the application specific document over there. So when we are working with the data like this, the data professionals often prefer or refer to the data file as blob, and that is going to be known as a binary large object over there. Then the optimized file formats are there. So while human readable formats are structured and the semi-structured data can be useful, they are typically not optimized for storage space or processing over the time. So some specialized file formats that enable the compression, that enable the indexing, that enable the efficient storage and processing have been developed. So in that specific area, we have some common optimized file formats are there, like Avro, ORC, and Paraquat over there. So first of all, let's just talk about the Avro. So that is the row-based format. It was created by the Apache. Each record contains a header that describes the structure of the data in the record. This header is stored as a JSON, and the data is stored as the binary information. An application uses the information in the header to parse the binary data and extract the information from the field that it contains. So Avro is a good format for compressing the data and minimizing the storage and the network bandwidth requirement over there. Then we have a ORC in place, and that is going to be known as a optimized row columnar format. That is going to be organize the data into the columns rather than the row. It was developed by the Horton work for optimizing the real and for optimizing read and write operations, sorry, in Apache Hive. So Hive is a data warehouse system that supports the fast data summarization and the querying over to the large data set what we are having. So an ORC file contains the scripts of data, and each script hold the data for a column or set of the column. And a script contain a index into the rows in the script, the data for each row, and a footer that hold the statistical information over there. And in the statistical information, we are having the sum, we are having the count, minimum, maximum, average. Those things are present for each of the column over there. That's okay. Then we have a paraquat. So the paraquat is a another columnar data format, and it was created by the Cloudera and the Twitter. A PyQuick file contains the row group. Data for each column is stored together in the same row group. Each row group contains one or more chunks of data. A paraquat file includes the metadata that describe the set of rows found in each chunk. An application can use this metadata to quickly locate the correct chunk for a given set of rows, and then it can retrieve the data in the specified columns for these rows. So Paraquake is specialized in storing and processing the nested type data type efficiently, and it supports very efficient comparison and the coding schemes over there. So that is the Paraquake format in here. That's okay. Now, if I'm talking about the databases in here, so the database is something which we can use to define the central system where we are having our data stored and from where we can run the query over to our data. So in the simplistic manner, the file system on which where the files are stored is a kind of a database. But when we use the term in a professional data context, so it usually means the dedicated system we are having for managing the different type of data records rather than the managing of the files over there. So in the database, we are having the relational database is present, and the relational database are commonly used to store and query the structured data. So what the structured data is? The structured data is something that is referring the data store thing uh, over to the tables over there. So the data is stored in the table that represent the different entities. In the example, you can also see that we have a customer table, we are having a product table, we are having the order table and the line item table in here. So each entity is having the primary key that uniquely identifies that specific thing. And we can use those primary keys in order to use to reference the between the instances over there. So just for an example, in our customer area, we are having the customer primary key, and it can be referenced into the sales order record to indicate which customer placed the order. That's okay. So we can mark the customer ID with the customer thing into the order area. Same as like that, we are having the multiple type of keys are there. So we can use the key to reference the entity and enable the relational database to be normalized over there. That's okay. So the tables are managed and queried by using the SQL language over there, which is based on the ANSI standard over there, and that is so similar across the multiple database systems over there. That's okay. Then moving ahead and talking about the non-relational databases. So the non-relational database are the management system that don't apply the relational schema to the data. So non-relational database are often referred to as NoSQL database, even though some support a variant of SQL language. So there are four common types of non-relational databases. Those are commonly are in use. The first one, that is a key value database over there. So in which each record consists a unique key and an associated value with can be in any format. So first of all, in this example, you can see that we are having the specific key present, and in that specific key, we have a value present, like whatever the product is and whatever the price is going to be for a specific product. Like hammer is going to be this price, screwdriver is going to be on this price, and the wrench is going to be on this price over there. Then we are having the document databases are there. So those are a specific form of a key value database in which the value is a JSON document over there, and the system is optimized to parse the query over there. So in the document based database, you can see that in the key we are having the keys are present like the 1 and 2, and then in the document we are having the name value pair. So the name is going to be this one and name is going to be this one. So that is something which is known as a document based non-relational database over there. Then we have a column family database, which stores the tabular data comprising of rows and the column, but still you can divide the column into the different group, and that is going to be known as a column family over there. And each column family hold a specific set of columns that are logically related together over there. So how? We will see that thing in here. So here you can see in the customer, we are having the two different column, the email and the address. Then in the order, we are having the order detail, and then we are having the product ID in here, product details in here. In this specific column family, you can see we have one key present that is representing to a specific order. Then we have a customer column, and that column is split into two different parts, the name of the customer and the address of the customer. So technically name and address is related to the customer. Then we have a product column, and that is going to be split into two different parts, the name and the price. So the name and the price is related to the specific product itself. So that is how we can set the data into the column family databases over there. Then we have a graph data in place. So the graph databases are something which is stored entities as a node with links to define the relationship between them. That's okay. So these all are the different type of databases are there. So what we have discussed so far in the DP-900. So we talked about what is data, we talked about the different categories of the data, and also we talked about how do we go ahead and store the data, what are the different formats which do we have, like delimited, see, we have the JSON format, we have a XML format, what is the Avro, what is the different other type of optimized formats are there. We talked about the relational databases, we talked about the non-relational databases, we talked about the graph databases, we talked about the different type of databases, things like how do we go ahead and store our data. Now, in this slide, we are going to talk about the transactional data workload over there. So, a transactional data processing system is what most people consider the primary function of the business computing. So, a transactional system records the transaction that encapsulate a specific event that the organization want to track. So, that transaction could be a financial, such as someone is moving sending the money. So the movement of money between the accounts in a banking system is going to be an example for the same. So it might be a part of a retail system, it might be a part of a fee system and tracking the payment for goods and the services to the customer. So think of a transaction as a small discrete unit of the work. So transactional systems are often the high value, sometime handling the many millions of the transaction in a single day. So the data being processed has to be accessible very quickly. The work performed by transactional system is often referred to as a online transactional process, OLTP over there. And OLTP solution rely on the database system in which the data storage is optimized for both read and write operation in order to support the transactional workload in which data records are created, retrieved, updated and deleted. So sometimes that is also referred as a CRUD operation where we are creating the data, we are reading the data, we are retrieving the data, we are updating the data, and we are deleting the data itself. So those operations are applied transactionally in a way that ensure the integrity of all data is stored into the database over there. So to accomplish the OLTP system enforce the transaction that support, so that is also going to be known as the AICD thing over there or semantics over there. So A stands for the atomicity. So each transaction in the atomicity is treated as a single unit. So when it is which is succeeded completely or it is failed successfully. So for an example, if we are doing a transaction that is involving debiting the fund, we are sending the fund to someone and then it is debiting the fund from one account and then crediting the same amount to another account, must complete both the action. So if either action can't be completed, then the other action must fail over there. And if the transaction is completed, then we got a success message. Then we have a consistency in place. So that is the transactions can only take the data in the database from one valid state to another over there. So to continue the debit and credit example above what we have seen, so what we have take in the option, the completed state of the transaction must reflect the transfer funds from one account to the another. Then the isolation comes up in here. So that is the concurrent transaction cannot interfere with one another and must result in a consistent database state. So for an example, while the transaction to transfer fund from one account to another account is in progress, the another transaction also going to be done that checks the balance of these account must return the consistent result. The balance checking transaction can't retrieve the value for one account that reflect the balance before the transfer and the value for the other account that reflects the balance after the transfer has been done. Okay, then the durability comes up in here. So when a transaction has been committed, it will remain committed. So after the transfer transaction has complete, the revised account balances are persisted so that even if the database system were to be switched off, the committed transaction would be reflected when it is switched on again over there. So the OLTP system typically used to support the live application that processes the business data and often referred to as a line of business applications over there. That's okay. So that is the transactional data workload where we have to talk about the OLTP in here. Then moving ahead and talking about the analytical data workload. So the analytical data processing typically uses the read only or or read mostly system that store the vast volume of historical data based on the business matrices what we are having. And analytics can be based on a snapshot of the data at a given point of time or a series of a snapshot over there. So the specific detail for an analytical processing system can vary between the solution, but a common architecture for enterprise scale analytics over there. So you can see the data files may be stored in a central data lake for the analysis. Then an ETL process copies the data from files and OLTP databases into the data warehouse that is optimized for the read activity over there. So the data warehouse is optimized for the read activities over there. Then the data in the data warehouse may be aggregated and loaded into the online analytical processing over there, OLAP model or the cube. And then the data in the data lake, in the data warehouse and analytical model can be queried over there to produce the different type of reports, charts, and the dashboards over there. So the data lakes are common in the modern data analytical processing scenario, where a large volume of file-based data must be collected and analyzed over there. So data warehouses are established way to store data in a relational schema that is optimized for the read operation. So primarily the query is to support the reporting of data visualization. The data warehouse schema may require some denormalization of data in an OLTP data source, and that is introducing some duplication to make the queries perform faster over there. And the OLAP model is an aggregated type of the data storage that is optimized for the analytical workload over there. So data aggregation across the dimension at different level enable you to drill up or drill down to view the aggregation at multiple hierarchical level over there. So just for an example, if you are a sales company, then you do want to find the total sales by the region. You do want to find the sales by the city. You do want to find the sales with the individual salesperson because the OLAP data is pre-aggregated to the queries to return and summarize. It contains can be run quickly over there. That's okay. So different type of user might perform the different type of analytical works over there based on the stage over there. So we are having the multiple type of things are there. So that is all what we have to discuss in this lesson number 1 of this module 1. Before moving towards with the lesson number 2 of this module, please let me know everyone if you have any questions related to the same. Alright, thank you very much everyone for the quick confirmations from your end. So now we are moving ahead towards with the next lesson of this module number 1, that is talking about the different data roles and the services over there. That's okay. So now here if I'm talking about the data professional roles, so there is a wide variety of the role that is involved in managing the data, in controlling the data and using the data. So some roles are business oriented over there. Some roles involve more engineering, some focuses on the research related thing, and some are the hybrid role that combine the different aspects of the data management over there. So your organization may define the different role and then you can give them the different name, but the role described in this specific section can be used in order to divide the responsibilities to the persons over there. So there are three key job roles are there that is going to be deal with the data in most organization. The first one, database administrator, data engineer, and the data analyst over there. So the database administrator manage the database, assign the permission to the user, storing the backup copy of data and restoring the data at the event of the failure. The data engineer is responsible for managing the infrastructure and processing the data for the integration across the organization. Data engineer is also responsible for applying the data cleaning routine. Data engineer is responsible for the identifying the data governance rule. It is also responsible for implementing the pipeline and transform the data between the two different systems. Then the data analyst is responsible for exploring and analyzing the data to create the different type of visualization and the chart that enable to organizations to make informed decisions over there. The important thing is that job role define the differentiated task and the responsibilities. So in some organization, the same person might perform the multiple roles over there. So in there, the role database administrator might provision a transactional database, and then their role as a data engineer, they might create a pipeline to transfer the data from one database to data warehouse or analysis that we are also going to see in our upcoming modules. So based on that, we can also categorize the different work and the roles for the data thing over there. Then in the next specific thing, if I'm talking about the database administrator in more, so a database administrator is responsible for the designing the data things, database system, for implementing the database system, for maintaining the data system, and the different operational aspects of the on-premises and the on-cloud database systems over there. So they are responsible for the overall availability and consistent performance and the optimizations of the database. They work with the stakeholders to implement the different type of the policies, tools, and the processes for the backup and recovery plan to recover the different natural disaster or human-made error over there. And the important thing is that the database administrator is also responsible for managing the security of the data in the database over there and granting the privilege over the data, granting or denying the access to the user as appropriate over there. Then the data engineer comes up in here, and that is the role that collaborate with the stakeholder in order to design, in order to implement and the data related workload, including the data ingestion pipeline, cleaning the data, transforming the activity and data storing for the analytical workload over there. They are also responsible for ensuring that the privacy of data is maintained within the cloud and spanning from on-premises to the cloud data store. They own the management and monitoring of the data pipeline to ensure that the data load perform as expected over there. Then the analyst role is enable the businesses to maximize the value of their data assets. They are solely responsible for exploring the data to identify the trend, to identify the relationship, to identify the designing and building the analytical model, and enabling the advanced analytics capabilities through the report and the visualizations over there. Data analyst processes the raw data into the relevant insight based on the identified business requirement to deliver the relevant insight to the organization itself. So in the role that we are talking about the data related thing, so that is found in the most medium to large organization. There are additional data related roles are also present, but those are not mentioned in here. Like we are having the data scientist, we are having the data architect, and other technical professional looks are there where we are having the software engineers and the application developers are there. So as of now, we are going to talk about the management of the data. We are going to talk about the maintenance of the data and analytics of the data. So that's why we have discussed these three major data professional roles in here. That's okay. Now, moving ahead and talking about the cloud services for the data. So, as of now, we all know that the Microsoft is a cloud platform. And in the Microsoft, we are having the different type of tools are there, which we can utilize to develop our application, to develop our IT infrastructure over there. So it includes many services also to support the cloud solution that is including the transactional and the analytical data workload over there. So some of most commonly used cloud services for data are described in this specific presentation, in this specific slide. So for storing the data, we have different cloud services are there. Like we have the Azure SQL, we have the Azure Database for open source, we have Azure Cosmos DB, we have Azure Storage. For the data engineering and the data analytics purpose, we have the Azure Data Factory in place, we have the Azure Snaps Analytics, we have Azure Databricks, we have Azure Insight, we have Azure Stream Analytics, we have Azure Data Explorer, we have Microsoft Purview, and we have Power BI present as a part of the data engineering and the data analytics service provided by the Microsoft Cloud itself. That's okay. So in this specific area, if we are talking about the Azure SQL, so that is the collective name for the family of the relational database solution that is going to be based on the Microsoft SQL Server based engine. So in this specific service, we are having the three different type of services are there. Like we are having the Azure SQL database. We are having the Azure SQL managed instance, and we are having the Azure SQL VM also present in that case. So the SQL database is the fully platform as a service database that is hosted into the Azure. In the SQL managed instance, a hosted instance of SQL Server with the automated maintenance which allow more flexible configuration than Azure SQL database with more administrative responsibility for the owner. Then we are having the Azure SQL VM also present. So in that one, a virtual machine with an installation of SQL Server that is allowing the maximum configurable option with full management responsibility to the user itself. So the database administrator typically provision and manage the Azure SQL database system to support the line of business application that need to store the transactional data over there. And the data engineers may use the Azure SQL database system as a source for the data pipeline to perform the ETL operation like extracting the information, transforming and then loading the information to ingest the transactional data into the analytical system over there for the analytics purpose. And the data analyst may query the Azure SQL database directly to create the different type of report through in the larger organization. And the data is generally combined with the data from other sources in analytical data store to support the enterprise analytics over there. That's fine. Then we have the another option present for the Azure database for the open source. So Azure also include the managed services for the different popular open source relational database like Azure database for MySQL, Azure database for MariaDB, Azure database for PostgreSQL as well. So if I'm talking about the first one, Azure database for MySQL, so that is a simple to use open source database management system that is commonly used in the Linux, in the Apache, in the MySQL and PHP stack applications over there. The Azure database for MariaDB is a newer database management system created by the original developer of Microsoft SQL over there. So the database engine has since been rewritten and optimized over there in order to improve the performance of the data. So MariaDB also offers the different capabilities with the Oracle database over there. That is the one another popular commercial database management system over there. That's fine. And then we have Azure database for PostgreSQL in place. So that is a hybrid relational object database. You can store data into the form of the table, but the PostgreSQL database also enable you to store the custom data type with their own relational properties over there. That's okay. So that is the different open source relational database things are there. In the Azure Cosmos DB, you can use the global scale of non-relational database system that support the multiple APIs that enable you to store and manage the JSON documents. Like you can use the Gremlin API, you can use the MySQL API, you can use the Cassandra API, you can use the MongoDB API. So that is giving you the multiple type of API related capability which you can use in the Azure Cosmos DB itself. Then the Azure storage comes up in the line. So the Azure storage is a service that will give you the capability to store the data into the Microsoft Azure environment over there. It could contain the blob container that is a scalable and the cost-effective storage solution for storing your blobs like your images, videos, audios, files over there. If you guys do want to go with the hierarchical namespace for the lake storage, so you can also enable the data lake storage over there. Then it is also having the option present for the tables over there, and that is a key value type storage are present for the application that need to read and write the data values quickly over there. Next, okay. So the Azure data engineers use the Azure storage to host the data lake, blob storage with a hierarchical namespace that enables the file to be organized in a folder in a distributed file system over there. So these all are the different services which do we have present as a part of data store over there. So if you guys do want to go with the transactional data source and if you guys do want to create different data store, then those options are there for us. Same as like that when we are going with the data engineering and the analytics options over there, then we have the Azure Data Factory available in here. So why we are using the Azure Data Factory? So that is the service that enable you to define and schedule the different type of data pipeline in order to transfer and transform the data. You can integrate your pipeline with other storage services that will giving you the capability to ingest the data from different cloud store. Then you can process the data by using the cloud based compute, and then you can get the result in the another data store itself. So Azure Data Factory is going to be used by the data engineers in order to build the ETL solutions that populate the analytical data store with the data from a transactional system across the organization. Then Azure Synapse Analytics comes up in the here. So the Azure Synapse Analytics is a tool that is a comprehensive unified data analytics solution that provide a single service interface for the multiple analytical capabilities over there. So it is having the analytical capability available for the pipeline, for the SQL, for the Apache Spark, for the Azure Synapse Data Explorer as well. Then we have a Azure Databricks in place. So Azure Databricks is an Azure integrated version of the popular Databricks platform service. So if I'm talking about the Databricks, that what is the Databricks in here? So the Databricks is a service, and that is an we can say that if I'm talking about the Databricks in here, so that is an American enterprise software. Okay, and it is founded by the Apache Spark over there, and we are using the database for the analytical of the data over there. So what the Azure Databricks is, the Azure Databricks is the managed service provided by the Microsoft Azure, and you can use that specific thing to use the existing database and the Spark skill to create the analytical data stored in the Microsoft Azure itself. Then we have a Azure HD Insights comes up. Let me go back in here. So the Azure HD Insight is a service that provides the Azure hosted cluster for the popular Apache open source big data processing technology, and it could include the Azure Spark, it could use the Apache Hadoop, it could be include the Apache HBase and Storm itself. So data engineers can use the HD Insight to support the big data analytics workload that depend on the multiple open source technologies what we have. Then we are having one more analytical tool is present, that is Azure Stream Analytics over there. So that is a real-time stream processing engine that capture a stream of data from an input, applies a query to extract and manipulate the data from the input stream, and write the result to an output for the analysis or further processing over there. So the data engineers can use the Azure Stream Analytics into the data analytics structure to capture the streaming data for ingestion into the analytical data store for the real-time visualization, and they can see all the things into the real-time manner. Then we have a Azure Data Explorer. So in that specific area, you can use the Azure Data Explorer, that is a standalone service that offers the high performance querying of log and telemetry data, and the Azure Snaps Data Explorer runtime in the Azure Snaps Analytics over there. So the data analyst can use that specific thing to explore the query and analyze the data that include the specific timestamp attributes, such as typically we are going to see all the things into the log files itself. If you guys do want to work with the governance, if you guys do want to run some sort of policies over there, do you want to run some data mapping and the discoverability related thing over there, then for the same what we can do, we can go ahead and use the Microsoft Purview. Same as like that, if you guys do want to create the interactive report, if you guys do want to create the interactive dashboard, charts and all, so for the same you can go to the Power BI, and then you can create that specific visualization by using the Microsoft Power BI itself. That's okay. So that is the thing what we have to discuss as a part of the different cloud-based services which do we have available. Those are related to the data, and based on that we can start working on the same. Okay. So that is all what we have to discuss in the very first module of the course DP-900. Before moving ahead towards with the next concept, those are related to the DP-900. Please let me know everyone if you have any pending questions in here. Right. Okay. So thank you everyone for the quick confirmations from your end. So now I'm going to open the next module of this course, and let me open up next module in here. And here I'm going to open up the another module. And this module is talking about the fundamentals of the relational data in the Microsoft Azure over there. So this is the specific module, and this specific module is talking about the relational data what we have. So in this module we have two different lessons are there. The first one that is going to be known as a explore relational data concept. So in this specific area we are going to see the different relational data concepts what we have. Then we are going to explore the different Azure services what we have present as a part of the Azure relational data services are there. So now let's move ahead with the very first lesson and just talk about the relational tables. So in the relational database, we can check the data in the form of the table, and then we can record the information accordingly. So just for an example, if I'm taking the retail example in here, so in the retail example we are having the data present for the customer, we are having the data present for the product, we are having the data present for the order ID, and we are having the data present for the line item itself. So if I'm talking about this one, so here you can see the data is stored in the table. So we have a customer table, we have a product table, we have a order table, we have a line item table. In each table we are having the rows and the column. So in the customer table we have different column like ID, first name, middle name, last name, email, address, city. In the product table, we have ID as a column, name as a column, price as a column. In the order table, we have order number as a column, order date as a column, customer as a column. In the line item, we have order number as a column, item number as a column, product ID as a column, and the quantity as a column in there. And in each and every column, we have discrete set of information available in the form of the row that is containing the customer 1 data, that is containing the customer 2 data. In this area, we have the row that is containing the product 1 data, product 2 data, product 3 data. Same as like that, we have row, those are containing the order and the line item detail over there. So it says that the table consists of the rows and the column, and all row have the same column. So if I'm putting up the name, first name for the customer in here, so in this specific area, we are also going to put up the first name. Here we are going to put up the email. So it says that all row have the same column, and each column is assigned a data type. So here we can set the data type as a double because we are using the decimal value. Here we can set up to the var. Here we can set it up to the number over there. So we can say that in each and every column we have a specific data type are present over there. That's okay. Then moving ahead, and if I'm talking about the normalization in here, that is the something which term is used by the database professional in order to design the schema process that minimize the data duplication and enforce the data integrity over there. So in this one we are having the multiple rules are there, but as of now we are going to discuss some sort of basic rules are there for the normalization. So here you can see one thing that in this table, in the sales data table, we have the order number. Okay, we have the order date, we have a customer, we have a product, and the quantity. Here you can see in the customer column, we have the first name, last name, address, and the city present into a one row. We have a product name and the price present into a one row. So first rule what says that separate each entity into its own table. So first of all, we are going to discuss about the order. So if the order detail are present with those two columns, the order number and order date. So we have created the order table. Then we have a customer column. So in this specific thing, we are going to create another table called customer. Then we have a product, so we have created a product table. Then we have create a line item. That's okay. Then separate each discrete attribute into its own column. So here you can see the value are the first name, last name, address, city. So we are going to distribute and separate each attribute into its own column. So the first name column, last name column, city column, address column and the city column. In the order, we are having the order number, order date, and customer data present. In the product, we are having the name and the price and the product ID are there. In the line item, we are having the order, item name, product ID, and the quantity are there. Then uniquely identify each entity in scan flow using the primary key. So in that one, this is going to be the primary key for the customer that is associated with the order, that which order is associated with the which customer. In the line item, we are having the product ID, that which product is associated with the specific order. So we can go with that option. Then we can use the foreign key column to link the related entity. So that is going to be the primary key and that is going to be the foreign key. This is the primary key and this is going to be the foreign key for the same. So that is how we can go ahead and work with the normalization over there. That's okay. So this is the way how we are storing the data into it. That's fine. Now moving ahead and talking about the SQL in here. So the SQL is stands for the structured query language, and we can use this language to communicate with the relational database. It is the standard language for relational database management system, and we are using the different SQL statement in order to perform the different type of tasks, such if we want to update a data in the database, if we don't want to retrieve a data from the database. So for the same, we are having the common database management systems are there that use the SQL, and it could include the Microsoft SQL Server, MySQL, PostgreSQL, MariaDB, and the Oracle as well. And the important thing is that the SQL was originally standardized by the American National Standard Institute in the year 1986, and then it is uh, standardized by the International Organization of Standardization (ISO) in the year 1987, and since then the standard has been extended the several times as relational database vendor have added the different new features to their system, and additionally the most database vendor include their own proprietary extensions that are not the part of the standard over there. That's okay. So in the SQL specific statement, we can use the statement such as select statement, insert statement, update statement, delete statement, create, and the drop in order to accomplish the different type of task which do we want to do with the database over there. Next, okay. So into that specific area, we are having the different type of SQL statement types are present. The first one, which is going to be known as a SQL statement, that are grouped into the three different main logical groups like the DDL, data definition language, DCL, data control language, and DML, data manipulation language over there. So what it is and which statement comes up into which category. So if I'm talking about the DDL statement, so in that specific statement, we can create, modify, and remove table and the other object in the database. So that is a table, store, procedure, view, and so on. So what are the different DDL elements are like create, alter, drop, rename. We can use the create to create a new object into a database like a table or a view. We can create a alter option if we do want to modify the structure of an object for an instance, for altering the table to add a new column. We can use a drop option to remove the object from the database. We can use the rename in statement in order to rename an existing object over there. The important thing is that the drop statement is very powerful. So when you drop a table, in that case, all the rows in that specific table are lost. If you don't have a backup, then you will not be able to retrieve that data back to it. Okay. And then the important thing is that here you can see when we are going to use the create statement, then this example creates a table with the name product, and in this specific product table we are having the different column, and each column is including with the name and the data type over there. Okay, so if we do want to create a column, that must always contain a value. So we are adding the not null option over there. So now here you can see we have created a product ID, and this is the going to be the integer type. The data type for the product ID column is going to be the integer, and this is going to be the primary key for my table. And in the name, we have set up the data type for name column as a varchar, and not null means you cannot leave this value as a blank. Then in the price we are going to use the decimal data type, and if you do want to leave this value blank, then you can leave this value blank over there. That's okay. So that is how we can go ahead and use the DDL statements over there. That's fine. Now, if I'm moving ahead and talking about the next type of statement category, DCL statement, that is data control language. So the database administrator can use those statements to manage the access to the objects in the database by granting the access, by denying the access, by revoking the permission to the specific user or a specific group of user over there. So what are the three different main DCL statements are? Grant, revoke, and deny over there. So we can use the grant in statement in order to grant the permission to perform the specific action. We can use the deny to deny the permission to perform the specific action. We can use the revoke to remove a previously granted permission to the user itself. So we have that DCL statements are present. So in this specific example, you can see we are using the grant statement to the user one. So just for an example, in our database, we have one table product, and in the product table, we are having that data available. And we have a user one in place, and we do want to give the user one to view the data, to insert the data, or update the data on the product table. So for the same way, you can see what we are using. Like we are using the grant, select, insert, update. Those are the permission on the product table, and to whom we are want to assigning that specific permission to the user one. So that is how we can work with the DCL statements over there. Then we are having the DML statements are there. That is the data manipulation language statements over there. And we can use those statements if we do want to manipulate the different rows, whatever the rows we are having in the table. And these statements help you to retrieve the data, to insert the new row, to modify the existing row. And also if you guys do want to delete the row, then you can use the delete statement in here as well. So these all are the four main DML statement, like insert, update, delete, and select. In the insert area, in the select area, or in first of all, let's just talk about the insert. So in the insert, if you guys do want to insert a new row, so here you can see I have three different rows are there. And if you guys do want to go ahead and insert one more row, then you can use the insert statement. If you guys do want to update the existing one, then you can go with the update option. If you guys do want to view and read the row from a table, then you can use the select option. And if you guys do want to delete a row, so for the same you can use the delete option. The important thing is that there is a difference between the drop and the delete. So if you are using the drop it is statement, it will delete the entire table along with the all rows over there. But if you guys do want to delete any specific row only, then you can go ahead and use the option over there. That's okay. So the important thing is that whenever you are deleting the thing, the SQL don't provide you the are you sure prompt. If you run the query, then in that case your thing is going to be deleted by effect over there. That's okay. So that is the different type of statements what we are having present into the SQL query language over there. Then what are the different type of common database objects are there? So in the relational database, we are having the different type of structures are available in order to optimize the data, in order to encapsulate the programmatic action and improve the speed of access over there. So first of all, we are having the views are in place. So A view is a virtual table based on the result of a select query. You can think of a view as a window on a specified row in one or more underlying table. So for example, you can create a view of order and the customer table that retrieve the order and the customer data that provide to a single object over there, and that makes easy to determine the delivery address for the order over there. So first of all, here you can see in this example, I do want to create a view for the deliveries, and in this one, I have select the order number and the order date from the order table, and then we have select the address and the city from the customer table, and from the order table I want to join this one to the customer table itself. And here you can see we are getting the order number and order date from the order table and address and the city from the customer table, and we have used the join operator, so it will join all the data into a one table called deliveries over there. So that is how we can create the different type of views, and then we can use those view in order to view the different type of record over there. Then we have another common database object are present, that is a store procedure. So the store procedure is something that defines the SQL statement and that can be run on the command. The store procedures are used to encapsulate the programmatic logic in a database for action that application need to be performed when working with the data. So you can define the specific store procedure with the different parameter to create a flexible solution for the common action that might need to be applied to the data based on a specific key or based on the specific criteria over there. So just for an example, if you do want to do rename to the product based on the specific product ID and all, then you can see the thing. So when a product must be renamed, you can execute the store procedure that passing the ID of the product and the new name to be assigned over there. So here in this specific example, you can see that create procedure for rename product, and where you are declaring the product ID as an integer and new name as a varchar, and then you want to update the product and you do want to set a new name with that specific variable and the product ID with that specific variable over there, and where you are going to match the thing by using the product ID. Then you can execute the rename product 201 and the spanner, then it is going to be match the product with the specific product ID 201, and accordingly it is going to update the product with the new name. So here you can see the previous name was wrench, and then it is updated with the name spanner over there. So that is how we can use the store procedure. Then we have a third type of object is present, that is going to be known as a indexes over there. So how indexes is going to be used? So the index help you to search the data in a table. You can think of an index over a table like an index at the back of a book. So a book index contains the sorted set of references with the page on which each reference occurs. When you want to find the reference to an item in a book, you have to look up through the index, and you can go to the specific page number to go to the exact thing where do you want to go. So when you create the index into the database, then you can specify the column from the table, and the index contain the copy of that data in a sorted order with the different type of pointers to corresponding row in the table. So when user run the query that specify this column in the where clause, the database management system can use the index to fetch the data more quickly than if had to scan through the entire table row by row over there. So here in this example, whatever the code is written over here, you can create an index on the name of the column to the product table, and that index create a tree-based structure that the database system query optimizer can use to quickly find the row in the product table based on the specific name. So if your data is going to be between A and to L alphabet, then it is going to query with that specific row, and if your data is between from M to Z letter, then you are going to view the data from that specific row along with that. So same as like that, you can create the multiple indexes on the table over there, and also based on that you can work with the same. So in this specific lesson 1 of this module 2, we talked about first of all the relational table, then we talked about the normalization, then we talked about the SQL, then we talked about the common database object what we have like view, store procedure, and the indexes over there. Now we are going to discuss about the lesson number 2 in here, and this lesson number 2 is talking about the Azure service for the relational database over there. So in that specific thing, we are going to discuss about the different services, whatever the services we have present for the different Azure SQL related thing. So here you can see we have Azure SQL available as an infrastructure as a service, where we are running the SQL server over to the Microsoft Azure VM. Then we have Azure SQL managed instances are there. We can have the Azure SQL databases also present over there as a platform, as a service solution over there. So if I'm talking about the first one, the Azure SQL Server on the virtual machine. So in that case, a virtual machine is present by running in Azure with an installation of SQL Server. The use of the VM makes this option an infrastructure as a service solution that virtualize the hardware infrastructure for the compute related thing, for the storage and the networking over to the Microsoft Azure over there. And that is a great option for lift and shift and migration of existing on-premises SQL Server installations to the cloud. Then we have a Azure SQL managed instances are there. So that is a total platform as a service offering that provides you near 100% compatibility with the on-premises SQL Server instance while abstracting the underlying hardware and operating system thing. So all the thing is going to be managed by the Microsoft. It also include the automatic software update and management, backup, and other maintenance tasks going to be managed by the Microsoft, and you only have to work with your database. So that will give the most of the administrative burden, and the things is going to be by the Microsoft over there. Then we have a Azure SQL database that is a fully managed, highly scalable platform as a service, or we can say the database service that is designed for the cloud. So if the service includes the core database level capability of the on-premise SQL server, then it is a good option when you need to create a new application over to the cloud itself. That's okay. So now let's jump up to the portal and see what are the different type of databases are there for the Azure SQL and how do we create it. So for the same here, I'm going to make a login to my Azure portal. That's fine. And then in here, let me go ahead and use my specific account. So this is the account what I want to use. So this is the account, and I'm going to put up my password to make a login to the Azure portal in here. So now here you can see I'm in my Azure portal, and in that specific area, if I do want to create the SQL managed instance, then how do we do that? So for the same, we can search for the Azure SQL instance over there. So that is the one way how we can go ahead and start utilizing the Azure SQL database in here. That's okay. And after that, what is the second option? So as I told you, the first option, we can search for the SQL by moving to the search option in here. That is the one way. If I do want to create a SQL with the different options over there, then for the same, we are having the different things are present. In this specific area, create a resource, we can click over there and we can access to the marketplace. In the marketplace area, we are having the broad categories are available for the different type of services, which do we have present as a part of the Microsoft Azure. As of now, we are working with the data platform. As of now, we are working with the data tracks in here. So in that specific area, we can go with the database area. And in the popular Azure services, we can see the different database services which do we have present. And based on that, we can work with the different type of data options over there. That's okay. So as of now, we are going to talk about the Azure SQL. So in that specific area, I'm going to select that specific option, Azure SQL, and then let me click on the create button. So when I click in here onto the specific area called SQL database, then we have three different type of options are present. Like how do you plan to use the specific SQL database service? So we can go with the SQL database where we have the different type of resource available. We can go ahead and create a single database. We can go ahead and create an elastic pool. We can go ahead and create a database server itself. In the SQL managed instance, we can create the managed instance for the SQL database. We can also go ahead and create the managed instance with the Azure Arc. So Azure Arc is a service what we have present into the Microsoft Azure, and we can use that specific service if we do want to manage our on-premise servers, our on-premise workload over to the Microsoft Azure as a part of the Azure resource over there. Then we have a third option present where we are going to use the Azure SQL over to the virtual machine. And in that specific area, we have uh, an option present to deploy a virtual machine, and that specific virtual machine is already having the SQL server installed over to it, and then we can start utilizing the same. So as of now, let me go ahead and first of all, I'm going to select that option because in this presentation here, you can see we have first option discussed for the SQL server for the Azure virtual machine. That's okay. So in this specific area, let me select the image, and in the image I'm having the multiple options are present which I can select in order to work with the Azure SQL virtual machine. So in that specific case, I'm going to select this option that I want to deploy the SQL Server 2019 on the Windows Server 2022 operating system. Then let me go ahead and click on the create. And in that specific area, when I go ahead with the create option, then first of all, I need to provide the detail for the virtual machine, like what size of virtual machine I do need in order to deploy the SQL server into it. What is the security which do we want to set up for that specific virtual machine? So first of all, let me go with the resource group area, and here I do want to create a new resource group. So the name of my resource group is going to be DP-900. Then I need to provide the name of my virtual machine in which I do want to host my SQL server itself. So the name of my virtual machine is going to be SQL VM, and I do want to deploy the same thing into the East US region in the availability option. So as of now, I'm creating the resources for the demonstration purpose. So I do not want to make my resources highly available. So let me go with that option, no infrastructure redundancy required. However, if you guys do want to create the same thing for a production workload, then you have to select the proper availability option for the same. That's okay. Then in the security type, let me leave the things to the standard. In the image, it is already selected to the SQL Server 2019 Enterprise on your Windows Server 22 operating system, and the 64-bit architecture is selected by default. That's okay. Then in the size, as of now, here you can see it shows that it is giving me the 16 virtual CPU and 128 gig of RAM. So as of now, I do want to make a changes into the size. So let me select this option with 2 virtual core CPU and the 8 gig of RAM. Then I need to provide the username and the password for the database or database VM. So here I do want to use the AZ user as my username. Then let me go ahead with the password. So this is going to be the password over there. That's okay. Then in the inbound port rule, if you guys do want to enable the HTTP traffic, then you can do that, or otherwise you can leave this thing as it is. Then in the disk, I do not want to make any changes. In the networking area, I do not want to make any changes, because whenever we are creating a virtual machine, by default a virtual network is created on the backend. In the management area, you can set up the management related thing for your virtual machine. Like if you do want to enable the auto shutdown, if you guys do want to go with the managed identity thing, so we can select those options in the management area. Then in the monitoring area, if you guys do want to enable the boot diagnostic for the same, then you can have those options are present. Like you can enable the boot diagnostic, you can create the different alert rule based on the CPU utilization for your virtual machine. That's okay. Then in the advanced area, if you guys do want to run some sort of script over to your virtual machine, then those options are also present in here. That's fine. So from basics to advanced, these tabs are related to the virtual machine configuration. Then in the next specific tab where you are going to define the SQL server setting, you are going to specifically work with the SQL server related thing. Like if you guys do want to maintain the connectivity to your SQL server within the specific virtual network, so you can go ahead and select that specific option, private within a virtual network. If you guys do want to set up the local connectivity only, that from inside the virtual machine itself, you only want to do the access to the database server, so you can select that option. So as of now, I'm selecting the third option, that is the public internet. What does it mean? It means that if you guys do want to maintain the connectivity towards your SQL server from the public internet, then you can select that specific option in here. And based on that, it is going to create a new network security group rule inside your NSG area. That's okay. Then if you guys do want to enable the SQL authentication over there, then you can enable it. That's fine. I do want to create the same. And in the password, I'm going to define the password for the same. If you guys also do want to integrate the Azure Key Vault integration, so the Azure Key Vault is an Azure service which we are using to store our secret certificate over there. So if you guys do want to use that integration, so you can make that option enable from in here. Then in the storage area, you can see the storage detail, like whatever the storage you are getting at which IO speed over there. Then in the instance setting, you can see the different instance setting for your SQL server itself. If you have your SQL server license available with you, then by selecting that option to the no, you can go ahead and save your cost over there. You want to set up the automatic backup, then you can enable that thing. But based on that, whatever the options you are selecting here, it will incur you the different charges over there. That's okay. Now, the next thing what I do want to make the change in here. So the next thing is going for the tax over there. So in the SQL server setting, we have configured all the things in here. In the tags area, if you guys do want to consolidate your billing, so you can go ahead and add the different tags over there. Then let me go ahead with the review and create. So in the review and create option, it is going to validate all the options what you have selected. And based on that, when the validation gets done, then you will be able to create a new SQL managed instance over there. That's fine. So as of now, here you can see it is creating a Azure SQL Server virtual machine. So once the validation gets done, then I will be go ahead and create that specific virtual machine itself. So everything looks good in here. Validation gets passed. Let me click on the create in here. And then you can see that I have that specific deployment is in place. So that is the one way how we can go ahead and deploy the SQL Server on Azure Virtual VM. Okay. Then if I do want to go with the Azure SQL managed instance, so we can also go with that option. We can also go with the Azure SQL database option. So how do we do that? Let me show that thing to you. So I'm opening up a new tab in here, and from in here, let me again go to the marketplace, and in the marketplace, I'm going to search for the Azure SQL, and then in that specific area, I want to select this Azure SQL option. And then what the next thing I'm going to do in the databases area, I'm going to create a single database. Why I'm not going to use the SQL managed instance? Because if for creating that SQL management, I need at least $400 or $500 of amount in my subscription. So as of now, I'm not having that much of amount present in my subscription. So I'm going to show you the demonstration on this option and that option in here. So let me select that SQL database option. I'm going to select the single database. Then let me click on the create. And in this specific area, I'm going to select DP-900 as my resource group. The name of my database is going to be AZDB for DP class. Okay, then in the server, I do need to create a server where do I want to host my specific data. So in the server name, this is going to be my AZDB SVR, and the name is available. I do want to deploy that server into the east to west location, and which type of authentication method I do want to use. So I do want to go with the SQL authentication method. Here I need to provide the admin username first of all. So the admin username is going to be SQL admin for me, and this is going to be the password. Let me reconfirm the password. Then I'm going to click on the OK. So here I have configured all the settings for my SQL Server. If I do want to go with the use SQL Elastic Pool, then you can make this option yes. So as of now, I'm only creating a single database. So that's why I'm leaving that thing to the no. Which type of database do you want to create, the production one or the deployment one? So you can select that option from in here. In the compute plus storage area, unable to retrieve the pricing this region. So let me do one thing. Let me go to that option again, and I do want to create this into the EastQS2 region, and this is going to be the password. Let me reconfirm the password and click on the OK. Then here you can see I'm having that database configuration available. So in my database, I'm having 2 virtual core and 32 gig of storage are available, and the zone redundancy is disabled over there. In the backup area, I want to go with the LRS option. However, I'm having those options are present itself. Let me go with the LRS, and this is going to be the cost for my this database, whatever the database I'm creating in here. Let me go to the networking, and in the networking, I want to allow the public endpoint access, that from the public internet anyone can access my database. But in the firewall rule, I want to add my client IP address only, that only my client IP can have access to this database. Then in this option, allow Azure service and resource to access this server. So if you guys do want to give the access to the other Azure resources and the services to access this database, then you can toggle this button on. That's fine. Let me go to the security area. So I do not want to enable the Microsoft Defender over to my this database as of now. So that's why I'm selecting not now option into the Defender for SQL in here. In the additional setting, if you guys do want to use existing data, then you can go with the backup. If you guys do want to create a blank database, then you can go with the none option. And if you guys do want to deploy the sample data, then you can select the sample option in here, and then you can click on the OK. So as of now, I do want to deploy the sample data onto my this SQL database. So that's why I have created this specific sample options selection in here. Let me go with the review and create, and then it is going to be review all the settings, whatever the settings I have selected for creating the single database. So previously what I have created infrastructure as a solution for the SQL database service. Here I have selected the platform as a service database selection. Let me go ahead and create that specific database itself. So that is how we can go ahead and create the Azure SQL database. And for the same, we are also having the different options are present where we can work with the Elastic pool, where we can work with the other single database servers as well. So now let me go back to the portal and show you that how do we go ahead and use the Elastic pool. So in that specific area, if I'm opening up my new tab in here, in that specific area, let me again go to the marketplace. And in the marketplace, I can go ahead and select this option SQL database. In the SQL database area, I can select the specific option. So as of now, let me go ahead first of all and search for the Azure SQL. In the Azure SQL area, I go want to select this option, and in the SQL databases area, in the resource type, I go want to create a elastic pool this time instead of selecting the single database. Let me go ahead and click on the create. And in the elastic pool, I need to select my resource group. Then I need to provide the name of my elastic pool. So the name of my elastic pool is going to be AZDP class EP01. That's fine. Then in the server, I can go ahead and create a new server with the configuration. So the name of my server is AZ Elastic Pool Server, and the name is available for me. I go want to deploy it into the East US region. I go want to allow the Azure service to access this server, as well as I do want to go with the SQL authentication with the same. So let me type the admin in here, or I can type the SQL admin as a name, and the password is going to be this one. Let me reconfirm the password. Okay, and these all are the server details, whatever the details I have selected. Then in compute and storage option, if I do want to make the changes into it, then here I have selected the 2 virtual core and the 16 gig of space in my database in here maximum. And I do not want to make it zone redundant as of now. So here you can see that I have selected all the options for creating the SQL Elastic pool. In the additional setting, I do not want to make any changes. Same for the tag. Let me go with the review and create option. Then let me click on the create in here. So that is how we can create a elastic pool. So once we have the elastic pool in place, then I'm going to show you that what is the actual use for the elastic pool. So the important thing is that when we are working with the single database, so we are having the single server out there. But same as like that, if we are creating the multiple databases that can share the same type of resource, such as the memory, such as the storage space over there. So for the same, what we can do, we can create a elastic pool, and then we can associate the specific elastic pool with all the new databases, whatever the database which do we want to create. That's okay. So as of now, here you can see my SQL deployment for virtual machine is completed. My SQL database deployment is also completed in here. So as of now, I'm working with the third deployment that is for the Elastic pool. That's okay. So now here you can see if I go back to the virtual machine section, I'm having one virtual machine running with the name SQL VM as I have selected the name. And then here you can see I am having the option to connect with that specific virtual machine by using the RDP, by using the Bastion as well. As of now, in the networking area, if I go back to the inbound access rule, so I have enabled the public SQL access towards my machine. So in order to that, here you can see the port number 1433 is allowed to the public internet, and all the incoming connections are allowed for that specific port that is related to the SQL over there. So now in the overview section, I am going to the connect area. In the connect area, let me go ahead and take a RDP session of the same. Then in this specific area, I'm going to download the RDP file, and I'm going to use that specific RDP file if I do want to access my database in here. That's okay. So let me save this RDP file first of all. So once I have selected this file, it is running the validation and it is asking me for the user credentials. So in that specific area, I have to provide the credentials, whatever the credentials I have set it up when I am creating the virtual machines in here. So that's okay. Let me go with the username, and this is going to be the password. And let me click on the OK. So now here you can see the VM is connecting, and once I have connected through the remote desktop session, then I will be able to see that a SQL server is installed into my virtual machine itself. That's okay. So that is the way that how do we go ahead and connect with our SQL virtual machine what we have created. And here you can see in this specific area of my RDP session, if I go to the search area, in the search area, I'm having SQL Server also installed in my computer. So that is how we can create a SQL based instance in here. We are also having one tool present into that specific virtual machine, into this specific installation, that is known as a SSMS, SQL Server Management Studio. And we can use the SSMS tool if we do want to manage the database over to the client area. So as of now, if I click on the start, let me search for the SSMS. Then inside this specific area, I'm going to select that option, Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. And in this specific area, we can open this tool that is a SQL Server Management Studio tool, and we can use this tool in order to connect with our database server and manage the different databases what we have. That's okay. Now let me go back in here, and this is my another deployment that is also completed for my SQL database what I have created as a platform as a service. So you guys remember that I have added the client IP address. So what does it mean? So here you can see if I go to the server firewall option in here, then in that specific area you guys can see that this IP address is automatically associated with my server firewall setting. What does it mean? So it means that if I'm moving ahead with the new tab option, and let me search here for the what is my IP, and this is my IP address, that is 182.69.183 and 196. In this area, this is my public IP address, which I am using in order to connect over to the internet. And I have allowed that IP address into my server, that if I do want to access my database from this specific IP address, then please allow my access towards the database server. So that is the thing what I have enabled by selecting the option called add client IP address over to the server. However, if you guys forget to do the same while you are creating the database, then what is the option? You can go to your SQL database. Then you can select your specific database what you have created. Then you can select this option called set server firewall, and then you can go with that specific option that is talking about the networking firewall. And from in here, you can add a new rule, and in this specific rule, you can type the rule name, start IP and end IP if you guys do want to allow the multiple IPs access over there. That's fine. So as of now, my IP address is whitelisted in the firewall, allowed in the firewall. So I'm moving ahead with this option that is query editor. And here I need to authenticate myself. So when I'm creating the database, then I have selected the SQL authentication. So here I need to provide my login name and the password on the same. So in this specific area, this is going to be my password. And let me click on the OK. And now here you can see that I have logged into the query editor. So what does it mean? It means that I have already deployed the sample data into my SQL database, and based on that, here you can see I'm having the multiple tables are present, like my product table, category table, customer table, address table, and the different tables are there which we have present into the sample database. What if I do want to run some sort of query in here? So just for an example, I do want to see the product detail. So here I can use the statement that is select, and then I do want to see all the columns what we have present into the product table. So here I'm using select asterisk from the product table. And if I'm running this query, then I'm getting the result for all of the products name, product number, color, standard cost, product ID as a part of the result, because I'm having all the different type of columns are there into the product table itself. So that is how we can run the query in here. So that is the basic thing. If I do want to run another type of query where I do want to join the data, or if I do want to get the access to the data from the different table, for example, I want to get some data from the product table, I do want to get some data from the customer table, and then I do want to see the join data over there, so we can also do the same thing. So as of now, here you can see I'm getting all the columns what I have present into the product table. However, if I do want to see the specific columns only, then in the select area I can run this query, select, then I do want to see the product ID. I want to see the name of my product. I want to see the list price. And that's it. I want to see these fields only. Then from where I do want to see, I do want to see those columns for my product table. So let me select this one. And let me run this query once again. So once I have refreshed my this query, so in that specific area, you guys can see that in the result, I'm only having the data available for the 3 column what I have selected, the product ID, the name, and the list price over there. So that is how we can run the another query into the SQL database, and that is not standard on the only SQL database for a platform as a service. If you have deployed the SQL server as an infrastructure as a service, then also you can run the same query. You can run the same query in this specific area as well. Now I have this one more query present, and if I run this query, so here you can see I'm getting the data from 2 different tables. I am getting the product ID and the product name from the one table, and the category and the list price from the another table, and then we have joined the both of the thing by using the join operator in here. So that is how we can run the query into the MySQL over there. That's fine. Here you can see in this specific deployment, if I go back to the SQL databases, I already created one elastic pool. So let me search for the elastic pool in here. And in the SQL elastic pool area, you can see that I have one elastic pool created with the specific size and with the specific virtual course over there. That's fine. So in that specific area, if I go want to create a new SQL database again, let me go to the create area. Then you guys can see one thing, that whenever I am going to select this option as a yes, then the compute and storage option is disabled from this area. How? Let me show you. So the name of my database is going to be Azure DP class database, for example. This is going to be the name for my database. I do want to deploy it into my existing server, which I have present into the East US2 region. And here you can see that if I select the specific option, that is use the elastic pool, then in that case you can see that I cannot configure the compute and storage for my database. Why? Because the compute and storage thing is going to be used by the my elastic pool what I have created earlier. So that is how we can go ahead and use the elastic pool. So let me go ahead and create this database itself. So these all are the different options which do we have present if we guys do want to create the SQL Server different instances over there. Now moving ahead and talking about the Azure database services for the different open source databases in here. So for the same, we are having the multiple type of services are present. We can go ahead and create the Azure database for the MySQL. We can go ahead and create the Azure database for MariaDB. We can go ahead and create the Azure SQL database for the PostgreSQL itself. So we have the multiple type of options are there. So the Azure SQL service available for the MySQL, which we can use if we do want to set up the relational database for the Linux environment, for the Apache and the PHP development over there. We can work with the MariaDB itself if we guys do want to create the different type of database management system that is controlled by the Azure, and in that specific area we can also set up the compatibility with the Oracle databases over there. Then we have a PostgreSQL database. So if you guys do want to run the hybrid relational and object-based database storage, so we can go ahead and create the PostgreSQL as well. So let me jump back to the portal and show you that how do we go ahead and deploy the specific PostgreSQL in here. Let me close the default tabs, and here we can search for the PostgreSQL. Okay, this is the option for PostgreSQL, or what we can do, we can go to the marketplace, and in the marketplace, we can search for the PostgreSQL server. So once you have selected that specific service from the marketplace, then you have two different options are there. You can create the PostgreSQL and pgadmin over to the SQL over to the, we can say that the Linux virtual machine. My apologies. So let me go ahead and click on the create. Once I'm going to create this one, then you need to select the resource group again. So resource group is the logical container where you are putting up all your Azure resources, whatever the resources you are creating. Then you need to provide the name of the virtual machine. So the name of my virtual machine is going to be GTLVM. I do want to deploy it into the East-US region with the 2 virtual CPUs and the 8 gig of memory over there. I do want to use the password for my Linux virtual machine, and the username is going to be this one, and the password is going to be this one for me. Let me confirm the password. Then in the disk area, I can configure the disk setting for the networking, for the management, monitoring. And once we have done with all the settings, you can go with the review and create, and then it will validate all the different type of settings. Whatever the settings do you want to select for your specific PostgreSQL deployment. And if the validation gets done, all the options are selected correctly, then you will be able to deploy the PostgreSQL deployment over there as well. That's fine. So as of now, it is running the final validation. So we are just waiting for the validation to be done. And once the validation gets done, then I will be able to deploy a PostgreSQL instance in here. That's okay. So let me see the different options. And in the review and create area, I do have to provide the contact number because I am going to create a Linux virtual machine. So sometimes it happens that when you are creating the Linux virtual machine, then you have to provide the contact number or some email detail in order to go with some sort of support related thing over there. That's fine. Okay, so this is going to be the phone number. And here I can see the detail, the offer with that specific area. All right. So the important thing is that in here, that if you are not using the correct subscription, then you will not be able to create the PostgreSQL itself. So the process is the same. That is the way how do we go ahead and create the PostgreSQL itself. And that is all about in this module number 2. So that is all about from my side in this module, and I'm really open for all the questions and the doubts from your end. So if you are having any query related to the module number 1 and the module number 2, so please just let me know. I'm really happy to answer all of the queries from your end. Otherwise we can continue with the session, and also we can continue with the module number 3, that is talking about the storage concepts of the Microsoft Azure itself. All right, everyone. Thank you for the quick confirmations from your end. So here we are going to take a quick short break for the 10 minutes, and then we are going to continue with our session with the module number 3. Till the time, enjoy your break, guys. Okay, so here I am signing you the break for 10 minutes. Okay, so once again, welcome back everyone in the session. And now we are going to start with the module number 3. And the module number 3 is talking about the Azure storage fundamentals in here. So let me open up the slide deck on the screen. So this module is talking about the fundamentals of non-relational database in Microsoft Azure. And in this specific lesson, in this specific module, we are having the two different type of lessons are there. The first one that is fundamentals of Azure storage, and the another one that is fundamental of Cosmos DB. So now let's get started with the very first lesson in here. And in this specific lesson, this lesson is started with the Azure storage fundamental in here. So if I'm talking about the Microsoft Azure storage, so storage is a service that gives you the capability to store the massive amount of unstructured data as blob into the Microsoft cloud over there. So blobs are an efficient way to store data file in a format that is optimized for the cloud-based storage. An application can read and write them by using the Azure Blob Storage API over there. That's okay. So in the Azure Storage account, we are having the blob containers are there, and those containers provide a convenient way of grouping the related blobs together. You can control that who can read and write the blob inside the container at the container level, or also you can set those things by using the blob level itself. So within a container, you can organize the blob in a hierarchy of virtual folder to similar files in a file system on disk. However, by default, these folders are simply a way of using the backslash character in a blob name to organize the blob into the different namespaces over there. The folders are purely virtual and you can't perform the folder level operation to control access and perform the bulk operations over there. So blob also we are having, so when we are talking about the Azure storage blob, so we are having the different type of blobs are present, like blob, page blob, and the append blob over there. So we can go ahead and use a blob, and a blob is a handled as a set of the block, and in that one the each block can have in size up to 100 MB. A blob can contain up to 50,000 blocks, giving a maximum size of over 4.7 terabyte over there. The block is the smallest amount of the data that can be read or written as an individual unit. Blob are best used to store the discrete and the large object that changes infrequently over there. Then we have another type of blob is present, that is a page blob. And a page blob is organized as a collection of fixed size by 512 byte pages. A page blob optimized to support the random read-write operation. You can fetch and store the data for a single page if necessary. And a page blob can hold up to 8 terabyte of data. Azure uses the page blob to implement the virtual disk storage for the virtual machine. Append blob also we are having in the list. So the append blob is a type of a blob optimized to support the append operations over there. You can only add the blocks to the end of the append blob, and you can not update or delete the existing blob over there. It is not supported. And each block can vary in size up to 4 megabyte. The maximum size of the append blob is just over 195 gig over there. Whenever you are storing the blob storage, so in this one we are having the three different access tiers are there, which help you to balance the access, latency, and the cost storage. So the latency is something that is how much time you are taking in order to access the specific blob, and based on that you are going to charge for the storage for the blob over there. So we have three different tiers are there: the hot, cool, and the archives. In the hot tier, you can use this tier for the blob that are accessed frequently over there, and blob data is stored on the high performance media over there. So when you are storing the data with the hot tier, then it will highest in the cost and it will giving you the low latency, lowest latency, and you can easily access your blob. Then we have a cool option in there, and the cool tier has the lower performance and it incurs the reduced storage charges as per compared to the hot tier over there. And you can use the cool tier for the data that is going to be accessed infrequently. So it's a common for newly created blobs that to be accessed infrequently initially over there, but less as time passes over there. So if you guys do want to access some blob sometimes over there, then you can change that tier to the cool over there. Then we have a archive option present, and we can use the archive that is give you the lowest storage cost, but it will increase the latency over there because the archive tier created for the historical data that must not be lost, but it's required only rare basis over there. So when you are having the data present as an archive tier, then you have to rehydrate the data again into the hot tier or the cool tier if you guys do want to access the data again. You can also create the lifecycle management policy for the blobs in a storage account, and the lifecycle management policy can automatically move the blob from hot to cool tier to archive tier itself over there. That's fine. And also you can use the specific data cycle life management thing if you guys do want to delete the outbound blobs over there. That's okay. So all the blobs are organized into a virtual directory in each path, but you cannot create a folder level operations over there. That's fine. Now, moving ahead and talking about the Azure Data Lake Store Generation 2. So in this one, we have first of all having the Azure Data Lake Storage Generation 1. That is a separate services for the hierarchical data storage for analytical data lake, often used by so calling the big data analytical solution that work with the structured, semi-structured and the unstructured data stored in the files over there. We are having the Azure storage, Azure Data Lake Storage Generation 2. That is the newer version of this service that is integrated into the Microsoft Azure storage, and that will give you the capability to take the advantage of a scalability of blob storage and the cost control of the different storage tiers over there. And it is also having the hierarchical file system capability and compatibility with the major analytics system of Azure Data Lake Storage System like Hadoop, Azure HD Insight, Azure Databricks, Azure Snaps Analytics, and we can mount this as a distributed file system that is hosted in the Azure Data Lake Storage General 2, and it uses to process huge volume of the data over there. So if you guys do want to enable the Azure Data Lake Store Generation 2 file system, then you must have to enable the hierarchical name space option of the Azure storage account over there, and then you will be able to do the same thing. That's fine. Then based on that, we are having the next option also present that is going to be known as a Azure file. So Azure files is totally similar to the on-premises file shares. So in many on-premises organizations, we are having the file shares are available that will help us to share the files and the documents from the different users in the network over there. And for the sharing the files over to the network, we are using the two different common protocols. Those are known as the SMB and the NFS over there, the server message block and the network file system over there. So in that specific area in the Azure storage, you can create the files share, and that is give you the capability share up to 100 TB of data in a single storage account, and this data can be distributed across any number of files shared in the account. So the maximum size of the single file is 1 TB, which you can put into that specific file share, as well as you can set the quota limit of size of each share when you are configuring that specific area. So once you have created the Azure storage account, you can upload the files to the Azure file storage by using the Azure portal. You can use the AG copy utility tool. You can go ahead and use the Azure Storage Explorer as well. Then if I'm talking about the SMB, what we are using, the network file share protocol. So that is a commonly used across the multiple operating system like Windows, Linux, or the Mac OS. If I'm talking about the network file system, so that shares are used by some Linux and the Mac operating system versions over there. For creating the NFS share, you must use the premium tier storage account and create and configure the virtual network through which access to the share can be controlled over there. Then we have a table storage are in place. So if I'm talking about the table storage in here, then in that specific area, we are going to create a no SQL storage solution that make use of table and that is containing the key value data item. And in each item is represented by a row that contain the column of the data field that need to be stored. However, don't be misled into thinking that Azure storage table like a table in a relational database, and Azure table enable you to store the semi-structured data. All rows in a table must have a unique key composed of a partition key and the row key. When you modify the data into a table, a timestamp column record of the date and the time automatically added over to the data. So Azure table storage table have no concept of the foreign key, relationship, storage procedure, view, and other objects you might find in the relational database. The data in Azure table is usually denormalized with each row holding the entire data for a logical entity over there. So for an example, a table holding the customer information, might store the first name, last name, one or more telephone number, and one or more addresses for each customer over there. The number of fields in each row can be different, depending on the number of telephone numbers and addresses for each and every customer over there. To help ensure fast access, the Azure table splits the table into the partition, and partitioning is a mechanism for grouping the related rows based on the common property or partition key. So rows that share the same partition key will be stored together, and partitioning not only help to organize the data, it also improve the scalability and the performance of the data itself. That's fine. So now let's go back to the portal and we are going to see that how do we go ahead and create the different type of storage accounts in here. So first of all, here I'm moving back to my portal, and in my portal, let me go to the Microsoft Azure homepage again. And then I'm going to create a new storage account. So let me go to the storage account and I do want to create a new storage account. Here I need to select my subscription and the resource group. Then in the name of my storage account, let me type my storage account name. So AZDP class storage account. So this is going to be the name of my storage account. I go on to deploy it into the East US region with the standard version, and in the redundancy, I go on to select the local redundant storage in here. In the networking area and in the advanced area, I do not want to make any changes in here, and and then let me go with the networking area. So I can go ahead and select that specific option that I do want to enable the hierarchical namespace into it. That's okay. Then let me go ahead to, to the networking, and in the networking I do not want to make any changes in here. Same in the data protection, I do not want to make any changes into it. Then I can go with the encryption option, tags and review. So when I am on the review area, then I can go ahead and create a storage account. So as of now, here you can see inside that specific URL, I'm having one JSON file is present. So this is the file. Here you can see the product1.json file. Same as like that, we are having one more file present, that is the product2.json file. Okay, so let me go ahead into this area, and I'm having this file also present in here. So let me save this, copy it. I'm going to open up my notepad, and here I want to save my this file. Let me save this as a product1.json, and I want to save it as a all file type. And then let me open up a new instance, and here I want to save this file as a product2.json. That's fine. So let me go to the notepad, and this is going to be my product2.json file. And I want to save it as a all file type. So here you can see this is my product2.json file. And if I go to open uh, a, one more file, so here I have to select all file option, and this is going to be my product1.json file. So I have these two files are available, which we are going to upload into our container in the upcoming area. That's okay. So let me do one thing. I'm going to close this tab. As of now, here you can see that I have two different type of files are there, and also I'm having my Azure storage account is present with me. And then here you can see in the settings area, if I can go with that specific area that is talking about the data lake storage, so we can enable the data lake storage from in here. But as of now, I have already enabled that option, so that's why I'm not seeing this option in here. That's okay. Then in this specific storage account that you can see that I'm having the containers options are available, file shares are available, queues are available, tables are available. So I have all the options are present into that specific storage account over there. Let me go ahead, and I go want to create one more storage account. And this time I go want to create this storage account with the name AC, and this is my blob storage account, and I do want to create it with the premium option, and I do want to select the blobs in here with the LRS option, and here let me leave all the things as it is. And once the validation gets done, then I will be able to create a new storage account. So that is another storage account what I have created. Let me open up the browser in a new tab. And here I am going to create one more storage account with the general purpose V2 option. So let me create a new storage account. The name of my storage account is going to be storage account general purpose V2. And here I do not want to make it zone redundant or geo zone redundant. Let me go with the LRS option. I'm leaving all the settings as it is. Then let me go ahead and create that specific storage account. So now, as of now, here you can see that in the storage account, when this deployment is also gets done, I'm having the three different type of storage accounts are present over there. And once we have all three storage accounts in place, then we are going to compare that what is the difference between all three storage accounts what we have created. That's fine. So now here you can see my deployment is completed. Let me refresh my this page. And then you can see in the storage account area, I have 3 different accounts are there. Let me refresh my page. And here I'm having 3 different storage accounts are there. So the first one is my storage V2 account. This is my also storage V2 account, general purpose V2. But the difference between the first one and the last one is that my first account is a Azure Data Lake storage account, and this one is a simple account. So let me open this one first of all, then this one, and then my demo store blob account. So in the first one, here you can see, if I'm going to create a container, then inside the container, I can create the folders itself. So let me create a container, and the name of my container is going to be corp data. And in my specific data, let me go with the option container level access, and let me create this container in my first account. Then inside my this container, here you can see if I do want to create a directory, then I can create a directory into it. Like I can create the JSON files. Let me save it. I can add one more directory here, like image files or images. So why I will be able to create the directory in the container? Because I have enabled the hierarchical namespace into my AZDP class storage account over there. Let me go to the next one. That is my storage account general purpose V2. So if you have your storage account general purpose V2 is present and you guys do want to enable the data lake into it, so you can select that option, and then what you can do, you can upgrade your existing storage account to the specific area. So here you can see it is validating the things. So here you can see that why I'm getting this error. So I'm also going to show you that how do we go ahead and update the same thing. Then we can upgrade our accounting to it. That's fine. So in this storage account general purpose V2, if I go to the container area in the data option in the data storage, let me create a container into my this account. Then here the name of my container is going to be demo, and I do want to allow the container level access. Let me create it. In this specific container, I cannot create the directory because the Azure Data Lake is not enabled into my this container over there. Then in my third specific storage account, that is demo storage account blob, you can see that in the data storage, I'm only having the container option present. However, in my rest of 2 storage account, I'm having the container file share queue table is present as a part of the data storage. So why I'm having this option present only container as a data storage? Because I have created the blob storage, and this one is going to be my storage general purpose V2 account, and this one is going to be my storage general purpose V2 account, and I have enabled the data lake into it. So that is the different type of storage accounts what we have created. If I want to go with the upgrade scenario, then let me create a new storage account, and the name of my storage account is going to be AZ Data Lake storage AC01. And in this specific area, let me go ahead and I do want to select the locally redundant storage first of all. Then let me go to the advanced area. As of now here, I'm not going to enable that specific option. In the networking area, I do not want to make any changes. Let me go to the data protection, and I want to disable all of these settings from in here. That's okay. Let me go to the next encryption. So in the encryption, I do not want to make any changes. Let me go with the review and create. And then I'm going to create a new storage account with the name Azure Data Lake Storage AC01. So this is my simple general purpose V2 account, and I am going to upgrade my this account towards the Azure Data Lake storage. So the deployment of this storage account is in progress, and in a few moments I will be able to create a new storage account with that name. That's okay. So we have to just wait for the time. Okay, so now here you can see the deployment of this storage account is complete. Let me go to the resource, and here you can see in the settings area, I'm having this option present for data lake generation to upgrade. I have to select this option and I have to review the account changes before upgrading. So unsupported data protection, the container snapshot and all the page block, okay. And these unsupported capabilities are there. Let me go with the I have read the things and go to the apply changes, and then I need to start the validation. So here you can see the validation is in progress. So once the validation gets done, then we can go ahead and click on this start upgrade button, and then it will upgrade my general purpose V2 account to the Azure Data Lake General 2 account over there. So that's okay. We have to wait for the time till the time this validation is in progress. Then we will be able to do the same thing. So we will check this back later. Till the time, let me go here. And in my container area, if I do want to upload some files in here, so how do we do that? So here we can go ahead and select the specific option. And in this specific area, in my another storage account what I have created. Let me go to the first one. In the containers option, I'm going to select my corporate data container. In the JSON file, I do want to upload some file, the JSON files what I have created. So in my desktop area, let me go ahead and select this JSON file, product1 and product2 JSON file. And here you can see that I have uploaded two files into the container. Then now, if I do want to upload the data into the data lake generation 2 thing here, so I can go back to my storage account. Then from then in here, you can see that option for the storage browser. Let me select the storage browser in here. Then from into this area into the blob container, I can also go ahead and upload the file into my blob container itself. So let me upload some blobs in here, and I do want to upload these files, and let me click on the open, and let me click on the upload. That is the another way how we can go ahead and upload the files into the blob. And here you can see the validation account is completed. Then I can go ahead and start upgrade. So when I click on the start upgrade, then it will upgrade my existing general purpose V2 account to the data lake general 2 account over there. That's fine. Then here you can see by default, when we are storing the blob, when we are uploading the blob, then all the blobs are going to be stored in a hot tier. So here, let me go back to my container in my another storage account, and in the demo container, I do want to upload some files. Let me select those files. So I want to upload these files into my container demo. Let me upload it, and there you can see I have uploaded all these files. So by default, when we are uploading the file into the container, then it is going to be upload as a type of the hot tier over there. So what if I do want to access the file? So let me go to the demo.txt, and in my demo.txt, if I do want to copy the URL to access the file and go with the paste and go. So here you can see I will be able to access this file. Same as the thing we can do with the GTech logo. Let me copy the URL for the same and then I will be able to access the GTech logo as well. That's fine. What if I do a make change into the GTL PNG access tier? So in the access tier, as of now, this is in the hot tier. Let me change the access tier for my GTL PNG to the cool tier over there. Now here you can see my this thing in the cool tier. Let me try to access this once again, and I will be able to access my blob when it is into the cool tier. Now if I'm again changing the tier for my blob from cool to archive over there, then you can see it says that if you are setting this to archive, then it will make your blob unaccessible. So now here in this area you can see that my access tier for this blob is set to the archive, and I do want to access that specific blob into the another browser, and let me open it up. So now here you can see one thing, that blob is archived. The operation is not permitted on an archive blob. So if you guys do want to access the archive blob, then you have to first rehydrate it into the hot or the cool tier, and then you will be able to access your blob once again. So when you are rehydrating the blob from the archive tier to hot and cool, then you have two different priorities are there, the standard one and the high one. In the standard one, the standard time is going to be take in order to rehydrate your blob, and if you guys do want to access your blob again with low latency, then you can go with the high option in here, and then you can rehydrate change your blob option. So that is the way how we can work with the access tiers in the storage account. That's fine. Same as like that, if you guys do want to create some sort of data lifecycle management thing, so you can go to the option called lifecycle management, and from in here you can add a rule. So in this rule you can define this. For an example, this is going to be the rule 1 for me, and then apply all to all blob in your storage account, blob base blob over there. That's okay. Let me go with the next, and last modified and created. So if blobs were created more than 2 days, for example, then what do you want to do? Change the tier to the cold storage, delete the blob, and move to the archive storage. Then we can select that thing. Then we can add one more condition. If we create a blob more than 10 day, then what we can do, then we can archive that thing, and then we can go ahead and add that specific rule. So that is how we can go ahead and create a different type of rule. So that is the list view. If you guys do want to see the JSON format of the same, then you can see I have created a rule, and the rule is enabled. The name of my rule is rule01. Type is a lifecycle. In the destination I have provided, change the tier to the cool if this after creation is greater than 2, and archive the blob itself. So you can go ahead and see the list view and the code view of your rule itself. Same as like that, if you guys go ahead and if you guys do want to create some sort of data protection settings over there, then in the data protection option you can create the versioning related thing. So here you can see you can enable the versioning for the blob, and then you can save it from in here. And once you have enabled the versioning for the blob, then you can track the changes over to your blobs itself. So here you can see, if I go back to the container, in my demo container, I am having my demo text is present. As of now in the version, there is no any version is present. Let me go to the edit area, and in this specific area I do want to make a change. So this is my first change. We correct the spelling, and let me save this. So now here you can see that I have make one change into it. If I go to the version, so here you can see that I have this version present. Let me again go back to the edit area, or let me refresh the page. And after refreshing the page, here you can see, and if I'm going to make one more change into my demo.txt file, and this time I'm going to make another change. So into the edit area, this is going to be my second change. And let me save this file again. So in the version area, you can see that I have two different versions are there. So if I do want to see this one, so here you can see that I'm having the option calling. This is my first change. And then here I'm going to see this version that is calling, this is a test file over there. So that is how we can go ahead and make the changes into it. Okay, so that is how we can work with the versions in there. And here you can see if I go back to the this option, then my general purpose v2 account is successfully upgraded to the Azure Data Lake Storage. And if I refresh this portal, then you can see that the upgrade to data lake storage option is removed from the settings area. So that is how we can upgrade the general purpose v2 account to the Azure data lake storage account. So that's all what we have to discuss in this specific lesson. Close this. And that is all about this lesson in here. Then we have a next lesson present that is talking about the fundamentals of Azure Cosmos DB. And in this specific lesson, we are going to take a look over to the Azure Cosmos DB. That how do we go ahead and start working over to the Azure Cosmos DB. So first of all, we need to know that what is Azure Cosmos DB. So if I'm talking about this one, so the Azure Cosmos DB support the multiple APIs that enable the developer to use the programming semantics of many common kind of data store to work with the data in a Cosmos DB database. So the internal data structure is abstracted, enabling the developer to use the Cosmos DB to store and query the data using the API, which they are already familiar over there. So what is the API? So API is an application programming interface. So the database management system and other software framework provide a set of APIs that developers can use to write the program that need to access the data, and APIs vary for the different database management system over there. So the Cosmos DB uses the indexes, the partitioning in order to provide the fast read and write performance over there, and that can scale to the massive volumes of the data. So you can also go ahead and enable the multi-region write and adding the Azure regions of your choice to your Cosmos DB account so that the globally distributed user can work with the data in their local replica itself. And when we have to use the Cosmos DB, when we do want to work with the IoT and the telematics, when we do want to work with the retail and the marketing. So Microsoft uses the Cosmos DB for its own e-commerce platform that run as a part of the Windows Store, Xbox Live. It also used in the retail industry for storing the catalog data for event sourcing in other processing pipeline. So what are the different Azure Cosmos APIs are there? So if I'm talking about the different Azure Cosmos APIs in here, so the Azure Cosmos DB support the multiple APIs that give the developers capability to easily migrate data from commonly used NoSQL store and apply their existing programming skills over there. Whenever you are provisioning a new Cosmos DB instance, you have to select the API that you want to use. And the choice of your API depends on many factors, including the type of the data to be stored, the need to support existing application, and the API skill of developers who will work with the data stored over there. So first of all, we are having the core SQL API is in place, and this specific API is a native API in the Cosmos DB that manage the data in JSON document format, and despite being a NoSQL data storage solution that uses a SQL syntax to work with the data. And here you can see the query, select the customers where the customer is going to be this one, then you will be able to see the customer data over there. Then we have a MongoDB in place. So MongoDB API is a API that is popular for open source database in which the data is stored in the JSON format, binary JSON format, and the Azure Cosmos DB API enable the developer to MongoDB client libraries and code to work with the data in Azure Cosmos DB. So the MongoDB query language uses the compact object-oriented syntax in which developer can use the object to call the different method. For example, you can use the find method to query the product collection in the DB object over there. So in the DB object, we are having the products are there with the specific product ID 123, and then we can get the product name and the price itself. Then we have a table API. Table API is used to work with the data in a key value table that is similar to the Azure storage. The Azure Cosmos DB table API offers a great range of the scalability and performance than Azure table storage. So you can use the Cosmos DB API through one of the specific language SDK over there, and we can use that thing to make a call to your service endpoint in order to retrieve the data from the table. So for example, here you can see we are having the example for the table API. Then the Cassandra API comes up in the line. So the Cassandra API is compatible with Apache Cassandra, which is a popular open source database that uses a column family storage structure. So column families are tables similar to those in a relational database, with the exception that it's not mandatory for every row have the same column over there. Here you can see in the ID we are having the name, department, and the manager. So that is the type of the column based formation over there of the data. Then we have a Gremlin API. So in this API that is used with the data in a graph structure in which entities are defined as the vertices that from node in connected graph. So node are connected by the edge that represent the relationship. So in this example here you can see that is showing the two kind of vertex, the employee and the department over there. That's okay. That and the edges that connect them, employee Ben report to the employee Sue, and both employees work in the hardware department over there. So the grooming syntax include the functions to operate and vertex and edges that will enable you to insert, update, delete, and query data in a graph over there. That's fine. So that is the Gremlin API what we are having in here. So that is the one more thing. So now let's just go ahead and let's see in the portal that how do we go ahead and start working with the Cosmos DB. So here I'm in my portal and let me refresh my portal once. So in this specific area, I can go to the marketplace, then I can search for the Cosmos DB. Azure Cosmos DB, and then I want to create it. So when I click on the create option in here, then I'm having the multiple API options are there. So as of now, I want to go with this one, like Azure Cosmos DB for NoSQL. That's okay. Let me select it. Then I need to select the resource group that is going to be the DP-900, and name of my Cosmos DB is going to be AZ Cosmos DB for TP class. Okay, so this is going to be the name, and in the location I want to select the East US. Then in the capacity mode, let me go with the provision throughput. In the free tier discount, let me go with the default option, and in the limit total account I do want to unselect this option as of now. Let me go to the review and create because I do not want to make any changes into the global distribution. Let me show you one more thing in here. Okay, let me just go to the global distribution. I don't want to make any changes into the network. The connectivity method is from all the network, the backup policy, encryption, tag, and review and create. And then I'm going to create a new Cosmos DB account for my Azure Cosmos DB for NoSQL, the API I'm using. And the creation time is 2 minutes is defined over there. That's fine. So it is going to be create a Azure Cosmos DB for NoSQL for me. And then we are going to create a sample database into it. And then I'm going to show you that how do we go ahead and create and view the item into the Cosmos DB over there. That's fine. So as of now, here you can see the deployment of the same is in progress. So it is deploying the Cosmos DB. We have to just wait for a few minutes. And then once we have the Cosmos DB in place, then we can go ahead with the rest of the demonstration. Okay, so now you can see the deployment of the same is completed. Then what the next thing I'm going to do, here you can see that I'm having this option present for the Data Explorer. Let me go to the Data Explorer, and if you want to explore, then you can explore the thing, like what is the URI, what is the free tier, capacity mode, and all the things. Then let me go ahead and select the Data Explorer option, as I do want to create a sample database in here. Let me close it. And here I do want to go with this option, launch a quick start. Okay, this is a thing. And then it is creating a sample container for me. And here you can see I'm having that options are present. That's fine. So it will create a sample container for me. And also it is going to add the sample data into my container itself. That's fine. And now here you can see that in my data area, I am having all the data is present and the items are there. I do want to create a new item because if I do want to see this item, I am having those details are there. As of now, I do want to create a new item. And in the new item area, let me do one thing. I want to add the address. And this is going to be the address. Let me increase the font size a little bit. Okay, so in the address area, I want to define the address that is 1 NSP, for example. Then in the another line, I want to go with the ID. And the ID is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Next, okay, so here you can see that I have written one item in here. That's fine. Sorry. And I do want to save this item. And once I have saved this item, you can see that few metadata is already added with the data, and this is the additional metadata property that is added automatically. Now I'm going to query the thing. So in the query database area, if you have any existing query, then you can see your saved query from in here. However, if you do want to create a new query, then you can select this new SQL query option, and this says that select from C. If I execute this specific query, here you can see that I am getting all the address available with the data, and in the C area, customer area, I'm going to see all the things. That's okay. And now let me modify the query, and here I do want to do one thing. Select c.id. Then I do want to see dot address over there. That's okay. And from where I do want to see the things from C. Then here I do want to add a condition where contains, and in the contains I have added C dot address, and the address is going to be any st. And let me run this query. And in this specific area, let me make the changes to this as a small and execute the query again. Then here you can see I'm only getting the address where the address is containing any st over there. So that is how we can execute the queries over there. And if you do want to save your query, then you can just save your query, and then you will be able to save your query from in here. So that is the way how do we go ahead and work with the Azure Cosmos DB itself. That's fine. So that is the thing what we have to discuss in here as a part of the Cosmos DB. You can also see the different network related things in here. You can see the different features. You can select the different other options what we have. That's okay. So let me close this. And if I go back again in here, let me go to the Data Explorer. In the Data Explorer area, you can see the sample DB, and here in the sample DB area, if I go to my sample container in the item list, then I will be able to see the queries what we have. So it could take some time, and once we have saved query in place, then we can work with the same. So that is all what we have to discuss in the third module of this course called DP-900. Before moving ahead to works with the fourth module, please let me know everyone if you have any query related to the same, so we can continue with your query. Otherwise I can move ahead with the module number 4. That's okay. So it looks like that everything is good in here. So now I'm going to open the module number 4 for the course DP-900, and here is the PowerPoint presentations for the same. Okay, so in our module number 1, we talked about the core data concept, like what is the core data concepts what we are having. Then in this module, we talked about the different data rules and the services what we have. Then we discussed the module number 2. Here we talked about the relational data offering in Microsoft Azure and what are the different Azure services which we can use related to the data, where we talked about the different services like Azure SQL, Edge, NoSQL, and we talked about the storage account. We talked about the Azure Synapse Analytics, data lake storage in brief. Then in the module number 3, we talked about the fundamentals of the Azure storage. Also, we talked about the fundamentals of the Cosmos DB. Now, I'm going to start the last module of this course, that is the module number 4. In this module, we are going to take a look at how do we go ahead and run the analytics over to the data what we have. So in this specific module, we are having the three different lessons are there. And in this specific module, first of all, we are going to talk about the large scale data warehousing. Then we are going to talk about streaming and the real-time analytics over there. And then we are going to talk about the database analytics over there. So these all are the three lessons which we are going to discuss in that specific lesson. So now let's just move ahead with the very first lesson of this module, that is talking about the large data scale data warehousing. So first of all, we need to know that what is it. So the large scale data warehousing architecture can vary as can the specific technologies used to implement it. But in general, when we are working with the large scale data warehousing, then in that case, those type of elements are included into it, like the data ingestion and the processing. Then we are having the analytic data store element, analytical data model, and the data visualization are there. So first of all, if I'm talking about the first element, that is data ingestion and the processing. So data from one or more transactional data stores, files, real-time stream, or the different other data sources is loaded into the data lake or a relational data warehouse. Then the log operation usually involves the ETL process over there, which is the which is used to clean the data, filter the data, and restructure the data for the further analysis over there. So the ETL processes the data is transformed from being loaded into the analytical store, while in an ETL process, the data is copied to the store and then transformed over there. That's okay. So we are having the multiple options are present into the data ingestion and the processing. And once we have ingested the data, then accordingly we can run the batch and real-time processing over to that data itself. Then talking about the next element in large scale data warehousing, then the analytical data store comes up in the line. The data stores for a large scale analytics include the relational data warehouse, file system based data lake, and the different hybrid architecture over there that combine the features of data warehouses and data lakes. Sometimes we also call the same thing as a data lake house and the lake databases. That's okay. Then the next element in the large scale data warehousing is known as the analytical data model. So while data analysts and data scientists can work with the data directly in the analytical data store, it's really common to create one or more than one data model that pre-aggregate the data to make it easier to produce a different type of report, different type of dashboard, and interactive visualizations over there. Often those data models is described as a cube over there. Oh, let me go back. Described as a cube over there, and which the numeric values are aggregated across one or more than one dimension. So for example, if you are having a sales company, and you do want to determine the sum of the sales based on the specific product, you do want to determine the total sales based on the specific region over there based on the specific salesperson. So the model encapsulates the relationship between the data values and the different dimensional entities to support the drill up and drill down analysis over there. Then in the data visualization element, the data analyst can consume the data from the analytical model, and they can directly ingest the data from the different analytical stores over there to create a report, to create a dashboard, or to create a different type of visualizations over there. So additionally, the different users in an organization who may not big technology professionals over there, they can also perform the self-service data analysis and the reporting things over there. And for that visualization, we can use the different tools like Power BI over there. That's okay. Now, moving ahead and talking about the next concept, what we have in here, that is data ingestion and the processing pipeline. So as of now, we have understand the architecture of the large scale data warehousing solution, that first of all we are ingesting the data and processing the data for the analytical. Then we are storing that specific data into the analytical data store. And once we have that data present into the analytical data store, then we are creating the analytical model in order to create the different type of visualizations, reports, and the dashboard based on that specific data. So that is the process how we work with the large scale data warehousing related thing. Now, if I'm talking about the data ingestion thing, so how do we go ahead and ingest the data and how do we go ahead and process the different pipelines? So in that specific area, the Azure large scale data ingestion is the best implemented solution by creating the different type of pipeline over there that will orchestrate the ETL process, and you can create and run the pipeline by using the Azure Data Factory over there. So the Azure Data Factory is service which you can use, and you can also use the same pipeline engine into the Azure Synapse Analytics over there. And if you want to manage all of the components of your data warehousing solution in a specified workspace over there. So the pipeline consists of one or more activities that operate on the data. So first of all, an input data set provides the source data, and then activity can be defined as a data flow that incrementally manipulates the data until the output data set is produced over there. So the pipeline use linked service to load and process the data, and that will give you the capability to use the right technology for each step of the flow. So just for an example, you might use a Azure Blob Storage link service to ingest the input data, and then you can use the service such as Azure SQL database to run a store produce procedure that look up related the data value before running the data processing task on the Azure Databricks or Azure H3 Insights over there. So finally, you can save the output data set in a linked service such as Azure Synapse Analytics, and pipeline can also include some built-in activity which don't require a linked services over there. So here you can see you can have the different linked services by which you can input the data set. Then you can run the different type of activities inside the pipeline by using the Azure SQL, Databricks, HK Insight function and all. Then you can get the specific output data set as per your requirement. That's okay. Then if I'm talking about the different analytical data stored over there, so in this specific area, we are having the two different type of data stores are present. The first one that is known as a data warehouse. That is a relational database in which the data is stored in a schema that is optimized for the data analytics rather than the transactional workload over there. So commonly the data from a transactional store is denormalized into the schema in which numeric values are stored in a central fact table, which are related to one or more dimension of the table that represent the entity by which the data can be aggregated over there. So for an example, if you do want to find the monthly total sales revenue for the specific product for each store, so this kind of fact and dimension table schema is called a star schema over there. That's okay. Then if I'm talking about the next type of data store what we have, that is a data lake. So that is a file store, and that is usually work on a distributed file system. For the high performance of the data access technology like Spark, Hadoop are often used to process the queries on the stored file and then return the data for the reporting and the analytics purposes over there. So this system often apply a schema and read the approach to define the tabular schemas on the semi-structured data file at the point where the data is read for the analysis without applying the different constraints when it's stored. So in that specific solution, the data lake are great supporting of a mixed structured, semi-structured and even unstructured data that you want to analyze without need for schema enforcement. Sorry. So when the data is written to the store, then you can start working with the data. Also, we are having some hybrid approaches are also present in there that we can go ahead and combine the features of the data lake and the data warehouse in a lake database and lake house. So the raw data is stored as a file in a data lake and the relational storage layer. Then we can expose that data them as a different type of tables and which can be queried using the SQL over there. That's fine. So as of now, if I'm talking about the different type of analytical data store services, so in that one, the first one comes up in the picture, that is the Synapse Analytics. So what the Synapse Analytics is, that is the unified end-to-end solution what we are having for the large scale data analytics over there. It brings the multiple technologies together and the capabilities together that will help you to combine the data integrity and the reliability of a scalable, high performance SQL server based relational data warehouse with the flexibility of a data lake and open source Apache Spark as well. It also includes the native support for the log and the telemetry analytics with the Azure Snaps Data Explorer pool, as well as it works with the built-in data pipeline for the data ingestion and transformation itself. So the Snaps Analytics is a great choice when you want to create a single unified analytics solution over to the Microsoft Azure. Then the Azure Databricks comes up in the line. So that is an Azure implementation of the Databricks platform, that is a separate platform for the analytics things in here. And this is a comprehensive data analytics solution that is built on the Apache Spark, and it offers the native SQL capabilities as well as it is giving the multiple capabilities those are related to the data science over there. So if you want to use the existing expertise with the platform, or if you need to operate it the same thing into a multi-cloud environment or support the portable cloud solution, then you can go ahead and use the Azure Databricks solution. That's fine. Then we have Azure HD Insights in place. So the Azure HD Insight you can use if you guys do want to use the multiple open source data analytics cluster type, although that is not a user friendly as Azure Synapse Analytics and the Azure Databricks. It can be stable option if your analytics solution relies on the multiple open source framework, or if you need to migrate an existing on-premises Hadoop based solutions to the cloud over there, then the Azure HD Insights is going to be a better option for you. The important thing is that each of these service can be thought of as an analytical data store in the sense that they will provide a schema and the interface through which the data can be queried over there. That's fine. Now let's jump up to the portal and see that how do we go ahead and work with the Snap Analytics over there. So for working with the Azure Snap Analytics over there, first of all, we need to create a Snap Analytics in here. So let me go back to my browser where I have logged into my portal, and then we need to create a resource from the marketplace, and let me search for the snaps and the Snap Analytics what I want to search. And here you can see that I'm having the option for the Azure Snap Analytics. Let me create it. Then in the subscription, I have selected my subscription. I do want to create a new resource group, and the name of my resource group is going to be Snaps RG. Then in the manage resource group, let me type my name Synapse managed RG. Then in the workspace name, I have to create the name of my workspace. So that is going to be Synapse workspace Jang DP session. Okay, and I can just type the DP session in here. Then in the region, I can go ahead and select the East US 2. Then in the data lake storage option, I do want to create a new data lake storage, and this is going to be the data lake DP session. This is going to be the name of my data lake storage general to account. And then in the file system name, I have to provide the name of my file system. So this is going to be the file system DP session. Okay. Then I'm going to assign myself the Azure Storage Blob Data Contributor role and the Data Lake Storage to General to account to interactively run the query in the workspace. That's okay. Then let me go to the security. In the security, I do want to enter the name for the login to the SQL admin and the password, or what else I can do, I can just go with the review and create option, and I do not want to make any changes into it. And once the validation gets done, then I will be able to create a new Synapse Elastic Analytics account over there or workspace over there. That's okay. And the most important thing is that when you guys do want to create a Synapse Analytics workspace over there, then you must first have to enable the resource provider for the Synapse over there. So how do we do that? So if you are not enabled that resource providers, then you will not be able to create the Synapse workspace. For enabling the resource provider, you have to go to the subscriptions area, and in the subscriptions area, you have to select your specific subscription, what you are using. Then in the left hand side of your subscription, you have to select the option called resource provider. And from the resource provider area, you can select the Synapse as a provider, or you can search for the Microsoft.synapse. And then you have to register this one. So I have already registered this one. By default, it is not registered in here. So you have to register this one. And once you have registered this resource provider, then after you will be able to create a Synapse Analytics workspace over there. That's fine. So let's just wait in here. And once we have the Synapse Analytics workspace in place, then we are going ahead with the rest of the demonstration. That's fine. Alright, so the deployment for the Synapse Analytics is in progress. That's fine. We have to wait for a few more minutes. And then we have the Synapse Analytics workspace is in place. Okay, so till the time this deployment is in progress, please let me know everyone if you are having any queries related to the things what we have discussed. I'm really happy to answer the queries from you all. Okay, so now here you can see the deployment of the Snap Analytics workspace is completed. Here we can see the overview that what are the different options which do we have present in here. And I have my data lake storage account in place, as well as I'm having my Synapse Analytics workspace also present in here. So in that specific area, if I do want to see the detail, so I can see the firewall setting, and in the firewall setting here you can see that my client IP address is automatically added in here. Let me go to the overview, and I do want to open a Azure Synapse Studio over there. That's fine. And then my Azure Synapse Analytics Studio is loading. And once I have my studio opened, then I'm going to ingest some data into it. And also I'm going to run a copy task. And for the same, I'm going to create a pipeline automatically over to the same task. That's okay. So here you can see in this studio, we are having the multiple options are present, like for the data, for the develop, integrate, monitor, and the manage over there. So we have the multiple options are there which we can use. That's fine. As of now, let me go to the home and let me accept it. I do want to go with the new option, and I can go with different options. As of now, I do want to ingest the data. I want to use the built-in copy task, and I do want to run this task once. Let me go with the next. In the source type, I do want to select all. In the connection, I do not want to use my this storage account as of now. Let me go ahead and create a new connection. So as of now, here you can see I'm having my raw data present with me into this specific website. So I go want to import and ingest the data into my Synapse Analytics by using the web. So as of now here, I'm going to use HTTP connector for the same. Then I have to provide the name of my connection. So the name of my connection is going to be uh, connection A, for example. Okay. Then in the description, and the description is copy data from web source to Synapse workspace. Okay, so this is going to be the description. The connect via integration runtime, so that is automatically resolved. In the base URL, I have to provide the URL of my file. That's okay. In the server certificate validation, I have to enable. In the authentication type, we are having the multiple options are present. Basic, anonymous, digest, Windows client certificate. As of now, let me go with the anonymous option. Then in the specific field, let me leave all the things as it is. Let me go with the next. And then it is going to create a new connection for me. And then here you can see that I have added my connection one. In the retrieve URL, I do want to leave is black. I want to use the get method, and then let me leave all the things as it is. And let me go with the next option. Here in the format setting, I do want to use the delimited text. In the column delimiter, I want to use comma. In the row delimiter, I do want to use a line field. I do want to set up my first row as a header. I don't want to use any compression type. If I do want to preview the data by selecting the option, so here you can see I'm getting the preview of my data from this specific location what I have selected. That's okay. Then let me go to the next. In the dataset area, when it is talking about the destination store in here, so in the destination store, I have to select the destination store. So here I do want to use my data lake storage what I have created. In the folder path, I'm going to select my path what I have created, that is FTP session. That's okay. In the file, I have to provide the name of my file, and the name of my file is going to be products.csv. Okay. Then in the copy behavior, I do want to set it to the none, and also I do not want to make any changes into the different option. Let me go to the next in the configuration area. In the configuration area, again, I'm going to select the same option in here, and that's fine. And I do not want to add any prefix and all. And then let me go to the next option. Then in the task name, I have to define the name of my task, and the task is copy products. That's okay. In the task description, I can type the description, the copy data from web source, and let me correct the spelling of the work space. Okay. Then in the fault tolerance option, I do not want to select any option. Also, I don't want to go with the logging and the staging option. Let me go to the next option, and in the review and finish area, you can review all the settings what you have selected for the same. And we are going to run a pipeline to copy data from HTTP to Azure Data Lake Storage General 2. That's okay. Let me go with the next option, and here you can see it is validating the copy runtime environment. Then it is creating the data set. Then the data source is created. Then it is validating the data set. Then it is creating the pipeline, copying the product. And here you can see all the steps are completed successfully. Once we have done with that, let me go to the finish button and let me refresh this pane. So my Snaps Analytics is opening up. Then in the data area, if I go ahead and select the data area, in the link area, you can see the Azure Data Lake Gen 2 storage. And this is going to be my Synapse workspace. And here I can see my specific FTP session thing where I'm having my data present. So as of now here, if I do want to see the top 100 rows of the data, so let me go to the new SQL script, and here I do want to select top 100 rows, and then let me run this query. And here it is retrieving the query, and here you can see that I'm getting all the data present over there, but the result consists of 4 columns like C1, C2, C3, C4, and that the first row in the result contain the name of the data field. So if we do want to fix this problem, then what we have to do, we have to just make one change in here. Let me make a comma here. Then I have to write this thing like header underscore row is equal to true. That's okay. And then let me rerun this query. And then here you can see that I'm having the product ID, product name, category, and the list price is present as a thing over there. Same as like that, if we do want to replace the specific things over there, and I do want to see the product count over there, so we can also go ahead and see the product count. For example, I do want to remove the specific option, so in that specific area we can also make the changes into it. So how do we do that? Let me just show you. So for the same, first of all, let me go ahead and copy this specific URL. Okay, and I have already uh, have a query. So let me run this query, but here I do want to change that specific URL. So here let me go with that specific option, and then let me run this query again. Okay, OpenGlosec cannot be empty. That's fine. OpenGlosec, and let me close this. Now I have done with the thing. Let me rerun this query. And then here you can see I am seeing the product ID. I am seeing the specific product name, category, and the list price in here. So that is how we can go with the things in here. Same as like that, if I do want to see the product count, so for the same, I can run this query. Let me copy this. And this is the query. Here it says that select the category. And in this area, I do want to make the change into this specific URL. And let me change this with my product.csv. And let me run this query. Then here you can see, I can see the product count based on the specific category over there. And why? Because I can group it by the category. And then I want to see the count of the same. And here you can see I'm using the count function in my query. That's fine. So same as like that, if I do want to see the different type of chart area, so I can go to the chart view, and in the chart view we can see the line chart, we can see the bar chart, we can see the area chart, we can see the column chart, we can see the pie chart. So based on that, we can select the different type of things. I can select the category, and then in the legend I can select the product count, and here you can see that I'm having the details are present over there. So that is the way how we can go ahead and use the different type of chart options in there. So that is the one thing. If we do want to add the Spark pool over there in order to analyze the data, so in the Snaps Studio, here you can see that we are having that manage option is present. In the specific manage option, we can select the Apache Spark pool. As of now, we are working with the SQL pool. We can go to the Apache Spark pool option, and then we can create the new one. And here I need to type the name of my pool. So this is going to be the Spark. And node family size, I want to select the memory optimize. And here I do want to use 4 virtual core with 32 gig of node size. Auto scaling is enabled. Number of count is set to the 3 to 3. That's okay. And then here you can see the estimated price according to the options what we have selected. Then we can go with the review and create option. And when the validation gets passed, then we will be able to create that thing in here. So it could take some time. Then we have Apache Spark is in place. And now here you can see once we have the Spark in place, then what we can do, we can go back to the data page. That's fine. Here I can go back to the data area, and in the specific data area, we can select the file system, that is this one. And then here you can see in this specific area, I'm having the product CSVs also present. So let me select this specific thing, and then there is an option for the new notebook. So let me go ahead and then select this option that is going to be linked to data frame. And then here you can see this is a Spark query is written over here. And let me run this query again. So this is the one query, and please select the Spark pool. So in the Spark pool, I have selected my this is Spark pool, and let me click on the run all. So here it is going to show me the first scan record based on the same thing what we are having. So that is how we can run the Azure Spark query on the same. That's okay. So it could take some time. So we have to wait, and then we can see the result over there. So that is how we can use the Spark pool in order to analyze the data. So it is reading and loading the data from this specific source, and in the CSV format it is loading the data. Then it is displaying me the 10 different records of the data what we have selected. So the query running is totally dependent on the node size. Whatever the node size you have selected, and based on that you will be able to see the different type of results itself. That's fine. So if you guys do want to go with the new code, then you can run that specific new code in here. So let me copy this thing and I'm going to paste this one. Let me uncomment this line as I do want to use the first row as a header, and let me run this once again. So in the first one, I am going to see all the details with the option where I'm having the C1, C2, C3, C4, C5 as a column name. And then we are going to see the column name as listed, like the product ID, product name, category, and the list price over there. So that is how we can work with the Spark Analytics over there. That's okay. So it is taking some time. It could take some time, and then we will be able to see the result based on the query. So because I have selected the less number of CPU core and all, so that's why it is taking some time to produce the result. That's okay. We will check this thing back later. So till the time, let me go back to the presentation. And then we are going to discuss about the next concept that is talking about the streaming and the real-time analytics over there. So if I'm talking about the streaming and the real-time analytics over there, so in this specific option, we are going to talk about the data processing. So the data processing is simply the conversion of raw data into the meaningful information through a process. So there are two different ways which do we have present in order to work with the same. The first one that is the batch processing, and the another one that is a stream processing. In the batch processing, we are having the multiple data records are collected and stored before it's being processed together in a single operation. In the stream processing, a data source of data is constantly monitored and processed in the real time as new data event occurs over there. So in the batch processing, the newly arriving data elements are collected and stored, and the whole group is processed together as a batch. So exactly when each group is processed can be determined in a number of ways. So just for an example, you can process the data based on a scheduled time interval. For example, you are processing the data on every hour, on every minute, on a day basis, or it could be triggered when a certain amount of data has arrived as the result of some other event over there. So just for an example, suppose you want to analyze road traffic by counting the number of cars on a stretch of road. A batch processing approach to this would require that you collect the cars in a parking lot and then count them into a single operation while they are at the rest. That's okay. So if the road is busy with a large number of cars driving along the frequent interval, so this approach may be impractical, and note that you don't get any result until you have parked a batch of cars and counted them. That's okay. So if I'm talking about the batch processing, so in the real world example, we can say the credit card things over there. So the companies, how the companies are managing the billing for the credit card, the customer does not receive a bill for each separate credit card purchase, but one monthly bill for all that month purchases as included into it. So that is the example for the batch processing. Now let's just talk about the stream processing in here. So the stream processing is a new piece of data that is processed when it is arrived. Unlike the batch processing, there is no waiting until the next batch processing interval. So we are continuously processing the data. So for a better example, when we are talking about the hypothetical car counting problem, so it might be to apply the stream processing by counting the car in the real time as they pass with the specific thing over there. So in that specific approach, we don't wait to park the car, then start processing the counting on them. We can count the car in the running state as well. That's okay. So that is the stream processing over there. So for the real-time processing data, we are using the real-time data processing by using the Azure Stream Analytics over there. And into that one, we can ingest the data from an input such as Event Hub, IoT Hub, blob storages over there. Then we can process the data and send the result to an output to the Azure Blob Storage, Azure SQL Database, Azure Synapse Analytics, Azure Function, Azure Event Hub, and the Power BI. So we are having the multiple options are present when we are talking about the real-time data processing. That's okay. Then, if I'm talking about the real-time log and telemetry analysis with the data, so Microsoft Azure also support multiple technologies that you can use to implement the real-time analytics of streaming data. That is including the Azure Stream Analytics, and that is also including the Spark structure streaming. You can use the Azure Data Explorer. You can go ahead and use the different type of sources for the stream processing like Azure Events, Azure IoT Hub, Azure Data Lake Storage and 2 over there. That's okay. So in the real-time data processing with the Azure Stream Analytics, we have the multiple things are there. And if we are going to discuss about the real-time log telemetry analysis with the Azure Data Explorer, so that is a standalone Azure service that efficiently analyze your data, and you can use that service for the output for analyzing the large volume of diverse data from the different data sources such as websites, such as application and the IoT devices. So here you can see for the same we are using the KQL language. And for example, if we are having the log data is present with us and we do want to run some sort of query over there, then we can run this KQL query that log the event where we are using the where operator where the start time is equal to that specific date. Then we can select the another where operator to add the different condition. I go on to see the error type of event over there. So we are having the multiple type of events are there like application event, security event, startup event, error event. So I go on to see only error event for the specific date of time. Then I go on to only see the specific column like start time, event type, and the message. So for the same, we are using the project operator in the KQL query, and then this result is going to be visible on the screen. So that is how we can work with the real-time log and telemetry data over there. That is all about the lesson number 2 in here. Before moving ahead towards with the lesson number 3, let's just see the output of the query which we have run. So here you can see in this first one, this query is completed into the 4 minute 28 second, and this is completed into the 2 seconds over there. Then here you can see in this query, I'm having the column 0, column 1, 2, 3 present as a part of the column. But if I do want to see my first row as a header, then I have selected that option in the query. That's header is equal to true. And then I am able to see the product ID, product name, category, and the list price in here. So that is how we can run the Spark analytics into it. That's fine. So that is all about this lesson number 2 as well. Before moving ahead and talking about the third lesson of this module, that is talking about the data visualization, please let me know everyone if you have any pending questions on the same. All right, so thank you very much everyone for the quick confirmations from your end. Now, if I'm talking about the data visualization, so we can use the Microsoft Power BI. Also, we can say that the Power Business Intelligence in order to create the different type of interactive report, dashboards, and the charts over there. So in the Power BI, we can import the data from the multiple data sources. Then we can define the data model, and accordingly, we can create the visualization in a report. We are having the publish option also present, which we can use to publish the data report into the Power BI service. That is having the capability for the scheduled data refresh. We can create the dashboard as the application. And as well as if we do want to share that thing, then we can share the report and the dashboard with the other users itself. In the specific option called Power BI Desktop, we can go ahead and create the different type of report, and then we can share those reports to the Power BI service. So the Power BI service is a web-based interface what we are having, and we can access the Power BI service by moving to that specific link, app.powerbi.com. Then we can access the same thing. Also, if we have a published report, then we can see those reports into the web browser and Power BI phone application as well. So if I'm talking about the data modeling, so here you can see that I am having the multiple type of data are present, like customer, product, sales, and the time. So sales is a fact data, and then we have a dimension data. So if we do want to see the total revenue for rent sold by to the Samir in January, then for the same we can set that type of data modeling in here. We can create the relationship between them, and also we can aggregate the different major level. Like in the year, we can set up the month, we can set up the day, and based on that, we can see the revenue, like in which day, how much revenue we have generated. That's fine. Then if I'm talking about the common data visualization report, so we can use the table and the text in the report. We can use the bar and the column chart. We can use the line chart. We can use the map. We can use the scatter plot. We can use the pie chart. Also, we can go ahead and use the slicer over there. So let's jump up to the Power BI desktop, and let me show you that how do we go ahead and create a report over there. So here I'm opening up the Power BI desktop. That's okay. And it is opening up. Okay, so here you can see this is the Power BI desktop, and as of now I'm not having any field, and I have present all my data into my web over there. So let me copy this URL, and I do want to go with get data and select the web as a data source. Then I do want to enter this URL, and I want to import my customer data. Let me go with the OK. And then it is connecting with the Power BI web service connector, and here you can see all the data I'm having. Let me go ahead and load this data into my Power BI. Same as like that, I'm going to load the data for my customer, and same as like that, I'm going to import my data for the product and the order itself. So once I have that data present into my Power BI, then I'm going to load the data for the order and the product itself. So as of now, here you can see I have the customer table is present. Let me go the get data option and select the web option again. And this time I do want to insert my product data into the Power BI application. That's fine. Let me click on the load, and it is loading the product data from the web source. Then let me go ahead to the get data option again, and I do want to get the data for my orders as well. And here I have selected that option and click on the OK by entering the URL. And then here you can see that I'm having that data present with me. So I have already loaded the order data. If I go to the data view, then in the data view, I will be able to see all the data for my customer table, for my order table, for my product table. In the data model area, I will be able to see the data model that here you can see the relationship is created between the customer and the product over there. So from the customer, we have the customer ID field present as a relationship where we can understand that which customer placed which order. Then we have a relationship created between the product and the order table, like which product is associated with a specific order. So that is the data model view. For the same, if I go on to create a report, then we can go to the text box area, and here let me type, this is going to be my sales report for DP-900 class. That's okay. Let me make this a little bit bigger with the specific size, and this is going to be the header. Then here I do want to add a table, and inside that specific table I do want to see the name of my customer and the country region for my customer and the city. So here you can see that I am having the customer details are present into my specific table. That's okay. So if I do want to make it more attractive, I can go to the general. In the effect, I can enable the shadow. That's fine. So now here you can see that I'm having the table data present. I have added the text in here. Same as like that, if I do want to add a chart, so I do want to add a pie chart in here, and that chart is giving me the information related to the specific thing. Like I do want to see the product name and based on the revenue generated by the product. So here you can see that I will be able to see that details in here. Let me go to the general. In the effect, I'm going to enable the shadow for the same. Same as like that, if I do want to add one more type of chart, so here I do want to select the clustered column chart in here, and let me make it little bit smaller. And in this specific area, if I do want to see the revenue according to the specific product, but as of now here I don't want to see the sum of the revenue by the product name, so I can go to the y-axis and change this to the average over there, and here I can see the average revenue of the product based on the specific product here. So that is how we can create the different type of charts in here, and I can also enable the shadow for this one. That's okay. So that is the way how we can go ahead and create the reporting to the Power BI. Same as like that, if I do want to create a slicer, then how do we do that? So for creating the slicer, we can select this option for the slicer, and then here I do want to select the product name, and I can make the changes into the slicer settings, that I can enable the select all option, and then also I can go to the general area and I can change the effect into it. So that is how you can see that I have created an interactive report by using the Power BI desktop in here. And if I select all the product, then I'm seeing the detail. Same as like that, if I do want to see the detail with the specific products like chain, cable lock, bike wash, AC logo cap, classic vest one, full finger globe, front is one front brake, classic quest. Then here you can see based on the options what we are selecting into the slicer, based on that we can see the detail into the table, into the sum of revenue by the product name and the average of revenue by the product name in here. So that is how we can utilize the Power BI in order to create the different type of visualization. If I'm going to select all the option, then my visualization is changed and I'm getting the detail for the all of the products what I have selected. That's okay. Same as like that, if I do want to publish this to the Power BI service report, then I can save that option. Or also if I do want to save this report, then I can save this report in here by using the save option. Okay, so that is all what we have to discuss in this specific module. And also that is all about in the DP-900 from my side. So before winding up the session for the DP-900, please let me know everyone if you have any question related to the things what we have discussed in this course. And also if you guys do want to register yourself for the upcoming webinars from us, so you can visit to that link, that is gtechlearn.com/webinars.aspx, or also you can access the past recording of the events what we have conducted by visiting to the link, that is gtechlearn.com/on-demand events over there. That's okay. So I'm really open to the questions from your end. If you have any question related to the DP-900 things what we have discussed in this today's session, so please go ahead and proceed with your queries. Otherwise, we can wind up the session for the today. All right, so everything looks good in here. And then thank you very much everyone for joining me today in this training session for the course called DP-900 Azure Data Fundamental. We'll see you all in the any other training session. Till the time, enjoy your day, guys.